Okay, one more minute.
Have a good meeting, everyone. I'll be in the backstage.
Thank you, Charlene.
Yep, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ali Munir, and I am serving as a designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, or the SAC. For this meeting, and in my role, I will be opening the fourth day of the public meeting on EPA's 2024 draft risk evaluation for 1,3-butadiene. I'd like to repeat that the SAC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. See the docket number in the meeting agenda. Also, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube. See the link on the meeting website. The website is listed in the agenda, which also has the link to yesterday's meeting. We had a successful third day yesterday, and I would like to thank the SAC and the ad hoc peer reviewers and the EPA team for all of the discussions that we had yesterday. And now I will hand it over to the chair, Dr. George Cobb. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Munir, and welcome everyone. Got a busy day today, so let's get right to our roll call. Dr. Apty.
I'm here.
Dr. Chasen.
I'm here, thank you.
Dr. Ike.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Fox.
Hello, good morning.
Dr. Gentry. Dr. Hager-Bernays.
Here.
Ms. Jenkins.
I'm here.
Is Dr. Merced Nieves there? No. Okay. Dr. Rubin.
Here.
Dr. Samuel.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Mr. Wright.
I'm here.
Excellent. And now to our associates, Dr. Santos Burgoa.
Good morning, everybody.
Dr. Roby.
Good morning. I'm here.
Dr. Johnson.
Hey, good morning.
Dr. McKenzie.
Good morning.
Dr. Fairbrother.
Good morning.
Dr. Eastman.
Good morning.
Dr. Hopkins.
Good morning.
Dr. Bennerchrist.
I'm here.
And Dr. Mayer.
Hello, I'm here.
All right, it seems like we have everyone.
Dr.
Well,
Cobb,
not, oh, wait. Yes.
I might have been on your list as absent, but I am here, Dr. Baker.
I did have you as absent, so I skipped right over you, but I saw your face in the just before we started. Okay.
Thanks.
Apologies for that. Okay, so I would like to ask the committee if you have comments regarding things that we discussed yesterday, anything to bring to the table before we start for the day. So there were several points of clarification EPA was hoping for, and some of them were which rodent model to use, and whether or not to use the ovarian atrophy, whether or not to use fetal weight. Those types of things were all in the questions for us to try to resolve. So please be thinking about those as we proceed through our dialogue today. And also, I'll then ask EPA, do you have any comments regarding or questions regarding things that we did before? I see Dr. Santos. Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did. Just because you're addressing the questions, I committed to submit a document on the choosing of the models. So I sent it today in the morning
You sent that to me?
to Ali, to you, and to Mary Fox, as we
Oh.
agreed.
Okay. I will check that. And if you and Mary can try to ensure that you're on the same page, then we can proceed from there.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Yeah, thank you. All right. EPA, do you have any questions for us relative to the response from yesterday?
Yes, this is Sheila Huey, EPA. In addition to the clarification questions, we also wanted to follow up on the alternatives we posed yesterday. There was conversation about using older exposure measured data. And we explained that if we use the older measured data for exposure, we would really only be able to look at leukemia in males. If we wanted to look at bladder and leukemia in males and females, we would need to rely on the Macaluso study in 2004, which updated exposure values. So can we, as the committee progresses and resolves, we would like further clarification on that too, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that reminder.
Okay, and this is Ali Munir. There was also some follow-up on one of the charge questions that Dr. Ike led, where there was some requests for some references. And I'm wondering if those references citations do exist, or if that will be further clarified as text or in a narrative in the forthcoming summary response.
Yes, this is Dr. Ike. We apologize for the confusion on this, I've talked to some of the associate discussants, Dr. McKenzie, on this. And we'd like to clarify that in the discussion yesterday that we don't have any additional references that would support primary literature. And then we have some revised responses to the charge questions to further clarify that our recommendation is that if the protocols consider, we would like the protocol to consider biochemical changes or cellular level effects to be included in the animal and human evidence streams. And if that's not possible, to provide a justification for why these outcomes were not considered. So I guess the short answer is that we don't have additional references to provide.
Yes, and that's an important clarification, and I think that'll help EPA in their response to our meeting and to our report. So thank you for that clarification, and thank you, Ms. Munir, for keeping us on top of that.
Thank you, and this will be included in our written report.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's proceed to our next charge question, which was 5C, was it C? 3? 5C3.
Good morning. This is Abhilash Siram from EPA. I will read Human Health Hazard Charge Question 5C. Sub-question Roman numeral 3. Please comment on the selection of benchmark responses for all endpoints, for example, 5% of all developmental outcomes and 1 standard deviation for maternal body weight and hematological measures. Thank you.
All right, thank you for getting that into the record. And Dr. Gentry is our lead discussant.
Thank you. In general, we thought that EPA followed the recommended BMRs based on the benchmark dose technical guidance for the different endpoints, the dichotomous versus continuous that were considered. However, the final fetal body weight data set that was relied upon represents an unusual data set where continuous data was dichotomized. It also has a POD outside the observable range of the data, and that may warrant a 10% BMR rather than a 5%. In addition, the use of the 5% BMR for fetal body weight seems inconsistent with the BMR applied for maternal body weight changes, which is 1 standard deviation. So I think we're recommending that some additional analyses and justification be provided for the BMR for the final data set that was relied upon.
Thank you. And that was a very succinct response. Dr. Fenner-Crisp?
Dr. Gentry and I had an email exchange yesterday and this morning, and I have no further comments. We sorted it out.
All right. Very nice. Well, let's go to the other discussants. Are there further comments on this? I don't see any. And Dr. Gentry, I applaud you for this because usually this BMR topic gets all kinds of discussion. So you and Dr. Fenner-Crisp have done a really good job. So let's move on to subpart 4, please.
Dr. Cobb, it's Wendy. Dr. Hecker Bernays.
Yes.
I had an additional comment. Is that
I'm sorry, I
okay?
didn't see your hand.
That's okay. That's
Please.
okay. I was not an associate discussant, and I support what has also been stated, but I do want to emphasize that the EPA, again, in this case, we're asking about using the best available science, and these refer back to comments on systematic reviews, missing or unincluded data, or methodological approaches for the use and the estimation of both the BMR and the ultimate POD, which is the BMD. I want to emphasize something or state something that the SAC, have recommended for other chemicals that apply here, which is that the inclusion of additional data getting at uncertainties and variability in the data sets, and that a more informative approach for this would be to apply the probabilistic dose response assessment methods of the International Program of Chemical Safety on Chemical Safety, or the IPCS, to estimate the risk of adverse effects at various levels of exposures. And that IPCS methodology has previously been described and applied in several peer-reviewed journal articles that I'll provide. And I suggest that for elaboration, we can see the comments from scientists, academics, and clinicians on the draft risk evaluation for 1,3-butadiene in the docket submitted via the formal comments. That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I respond real quick
to
Dr. Hager Bernays, because the next
was that the next one?
response it does actually contain that same recommendation. I mean, we can have it in both, but I'm looking at that, and one of the other discussants has made that recommendation in the next
Okay,
response.
I apologize.
No,
I
that's
wasn't on
fine.
either one of these, and then I thought, okay, I need to get it in somewhere with regard to the benchmark response, and so thank you. I'm a little out of it, but thank you.
No,
Okay,
no.
move it wherever you want to put it.
All right. Thank you for the comment and for the clarification as well, Dr. Gentry. Dr. Mayer has his hand raised.
This is really just for my own education and just to verify. But the is it correct that the current modeling tool that EPA has available to it doesn't include a model for nested continuous? At the time the modeling done, it was only dichotomous nested was available. And did we answer the question of why continuous nested wasn't or couldn't be done?
Well, that was actually part of a response I got into some of Dr. Ike's. It's not real clear, but exactly why they had to shift to dichotomous. I think that's something that needs to be clarified better. The current version of BMDS does have a continuous nested model. So it's got something to do with fit, how they couldn't fit. They had to drop the high dose group. I was requesting, more details in the main text because I think a lot of that is buried within lengthy tables in Appendix B. But I don't think the text reflects all of the decisions that were made and how the data were changed to get to the final data set.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, because I read Appendix B and it looked to me like they tried continuous for the combined data, but not nested. And nested was only tried for dichotomous, but I couldn't tell that either. So that's why. So thank you for bringing that up. And since I have the floor, I just wanted to also just reiterate a comment I made yesterday in this category of fetal weight. And I did want to reiterate and encourage consideration of the DDEF approach for fetal body weight. And the reason is because even though we don't know the mode of action fully, I think all the hypotheses are that metabolites, generally, metabolite formation would be the dose metric of interest. And that's what we have. Can explore some data around for using that overarching approach, even for fetal body weight. So at least exploring that with all the caveats around using adduct data as a surrogate for fetal dose, which has its own concerns.
Okay, yeah. Please get those comments to Dr. Gentry. Dr. Ike, do you have a comment?
No, I was just going to add that, Dr. Gentry, I have those comments that you just mentioned in our written response. So just clarifying that those will be in there.
Great, thank you. Even though we almost got out of this very quickly, I think based on the discussion we just had and the question that was asked about the model use and selection, maybe we can go to EPA really quick and see if there's an answer to that particular question.
Hello, this is Keith Jacobs from EPA. Can you clarify the specific question about the modeling? Is it just why we decided to go with dichotomous instead of?
Yeah, and someone else correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's why the dichotomous and why not some other nested approach was a corollary or maybe the primary question.
So nested is not currently available in the models for a continuous data set. As was alluded to, the continuous model did not have an adequate model fit without dropping the high dose. So that was some uncertainty there. I think this has been discussed. That is acceptable to drop the high dose, but it does introduce uncertainty and you have to consider that. And additionally, by dichotomizing the data, it allowed us to do nested. So we were not able to get that increased statistical consideration by doing a continuous. Also, we did not have to drop any doses to get the model to fit using the dichotomized data set. But we can certainly expand our discussion of that within the main text.
Does that help, Dr. Gentry?
Yes, because it does appear you were able to do a nested model with dichotomous data initially. And then because of how the high dose group was dropped, did I say dichotomous? A nested continuous model. And then, at least the way I read it, it appears you were able to do a nested continuous, but the high dose had to be dropped for fit, and then you switched to dichotomous. And that's the way it reads. And if that's incorrect, the text is confusing and better justification and documentation of that approach in the main text is needed.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, we can certainly clarify what was done and our justification for it.
Great. Thank you for that discussion. And now if we can move to our next charge question.
This is Abhilash Shashiram from EPA. I'll read charge question, human health hazard, charge question 5C, sub question Roman numeral 4. EPA recognized that the BMDL for fetal body weight is below the lowest tested dose in the study. However, this analysis is robust and obviates the need to apply LOAEL to NOAEL uncertainty factor that would be required by using the lowest dose as the POD. Please comment on EPA's discussion and consideration of modeling extrapolation relative to the tested concentrations as outlined in the section 4.2.2.2.1. Thank you.
Thank you for getting into the record for us. And our lead discussant again is Dr. Gentry.
Thank you. It appears that EPA altered its methodology based on the findings from Green 2003, which was not peer-reviewed and was funded by the American Chemistry Council. This has the potential of introducing bias into the analysis because the ACC has a vested interest in profiting from 1,3-butadiene use. It is recommended to rely on publicly funded peer-reviewed studies to avoid the introduction of bias and to ensure a high accuracy and transparency in its evaluation procedures. EPA acknowledges the Green 2003 NOAEL in Table 4-1, but does not appear to rely on it, rather relying on the results of the BMD modeling, which provides a POD of 2.5 part per million that is lower than the lowest dose tested in the Battelle PNL 1987 study of 40 part per million, which Green defined as a NOAEL and EPA defined as a low AL. EPA should clarify if the Green 2003 analysis influenced the estimation of the BMDL of 2.5 part per million relied upon for the margin of exposure comparison. Regarding the use of the BMDL that is below the lowest dose tested, rather than the study NOAEL or low AL, using the BMDL is one of the advantages of this type of situation. It considers all of the study data and can estimate a POD outside of the doses tested, even if it is below the lowest dose tested. The use of the lower bound on the BMD has always been considered a NOAEL equivalent, obviating the need to apply an uncertainty factor for low AL to no AL. A more informative approach than a deterministic method for both risk characterization and risk management would be to apply the probabilistic dose response assessment methods of the International Program on Chemical Safety, IPCS, to estimate the risk of adverse effects at various levels of exposure. The IPCS methodology has previously been described and applied in several peer-reviewed journal articles, including but not only in Nielsen et al. 2023, which that reference will be provided in our comments.
Thank you for getting that pulled together for us. And Dr. Rubin was the associate.
Nothing to add. Thank you, Dr. Gentry.
All right. What about comments from the rest of the committee? Don't see any. So Dr. Gentry, Dr. Rubin, thank you very much. Dr. Fenner-Chris for those couple of comments. And now we can turn back to the EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions.
This is Sheila Healy from EPA. No, thank you. We do not have any clarifying questions.
All right, and you folks can retain the floor to get us to charge question 5D.
Sharon from EPA. I'll read Human Health Hazard Charge question 5D. EPA conducted a mutagenic mode of action analysis and concluded that a mutagenic mode of action is applicable to the 1,3-butadiene as described in section 5.3 of the draft Human Health Hazard Assessment US EPA 2024C. Based on this preliminary determination, EPA used a linear dose response approach with incorporation of age-dependent adjustment factors in accordance with EPA guidance to derive the IUR for the general population. Sub-question Roman numeral 1. Please comment on clarity, transparency, and robustness of EPA's MMOA analysis and conclusions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for getting that into the record for us. And now our lead discussant is Dr. Chasen.
Good morning. This is Dr. Chris Chasen. I appreciate the significant contributions to this text from our discussants, Dr. Fennercross Van Eastman, and also by Dr. Heiger Benes. The committee agrees that there's strong and sufficient, indeed robust evidence to conclude that 1,3-butadiene causes cancer through a mutagenic mode of action. EPI relied on published data from in vitro, cellular, animal, and human studies and other authoritative assessments and confirms that 1,3-butadiene acts through a mutagenic mode of action and clearly states, providing transparency, quote, is carcinogenic through metabolism into direct-acting mutagens, end quote. There's evidence that 1,3-butadiene can cause dominant lethal mutations and heritable translocations in the germ cells of mice, so it may cause heritable mutations in humans. The EPA's use of the linear dose response approach to estimate low dose risks and the use of the ADAFs are consistent with EPA's risk assessment guidelines. The committee does recommend a change of declaration from in line 2244, quote, to change, quote, however, there is insufficient evidence to determine an MOA for other cancer types, and to change that to, quote, however, there's less evidence to determine an MOA for other cancer types. There's actually quite a bit of evidence available to support an MMOA for other tumor types, at least for the mouse tumors. I just heard some noise. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what that was. There's evidence of bioactivation to reactive species, DNA adduct formation in several tissues, mutations in several tissues increases in tumors containing increased incidence of mutated oncogenes and or tumor suppressor genes. Similarly, it is recommended to change the last sentence on line 2261 to 2 from, quote, there is uncertainty whether the mutagenic MMOA also applies to other cancer types due to limited genotoxic data on other issues, and change that to, quote, it is uncertain whether the existing genotoxicity data from other tissues is sufficient to reach a conclusion on the mutagenic MMOA for the other observed cancer types. Additionally, EPA appropriately applies age-dependent adjustment factors for children less than 16 years old as per its own guidance. However, there's evidence on differential susceptibility to carcinogens based on age and life stages. As concluded by Cali PA 2009, derived age adjustment values for carcinogens during prenatal period exposure could include, quote, a default age-sensitive factor of 10 for the third trimester until age 2 years. By extension, EPA might apply an adjustment factor of 10 for pregnant women in fence-line communities, as well as pregnant workers. This is especially relevant in light of the insufficient attention to exposure to these susceptible populations, which was discussed in exposure assessment. EPA made an overall judgment of indeterminate no effect for mammary tumors based on human evidence. However, one of the key studies relied on, Sathan Kumar et al. In 2019, is problematic in ways that impacts the justification for this decision, the decision to account for increased risks of breast and bladder cancers. The standardized mortality results compared to workers to the general population, which does not account for the healthy worker effect. Instead, workers should have been compared to an internal control worker population. The analysis focused on workers who were ever exposed to 1,3-butadiene, but should also have been done for workers exposed to different levels of 1,3-butadiene. Finally, the study had low power with small number of deaths from breast cancer. However, the animal data shows species concordance with increases in mammary tumors in mice and rats with BD exposure, indicating a significant concern for breast cancers. Note the discussion of health worker effect and similar decisions in the NASEM Review 2025 will provide these references. I've got several more that I'll be mentioning, and we will make sure that EPA has those. That's the NASEM review of the IUR for ethylene oxide. EPA states that, quote, overall, although an association between 1,3-butadiene exposure and exposure-related increase in bladder cancer mortality was observed in the styrene-butadiene rubber workers, the absence of smoking data may limit the interpretation of these findings, end quote. The EPA IRIS assessment noted that data on smoking was available. Quote, workers were not allowed to smoke in the plants because of the explosive potential of 1,3-butadiene. Therefore, the workers may have had lower cigarette consumption, end quote. It would make sense for EPA to reconsider the bladder cancer data in light of this information. EPA should reconsider using exposure data from NIOSH in its assessment as modeled estimates derived from studies like resulted in overestimation of exposure, resulting in less cancer exposure, lower potency. EPA should calculate the IUR for 1,3-butadiene with the original exposure information used in its 2002 IRIS assessment, which are based on measured data rather than biased modeled estimates, and incorporate updated information for the cohort to include women as well as men and a longer timeline. While EPA states that differences in key parameter estimates are due primarily to changes in exposure estimates, it's important for EPA to demonstrate this transparency with the updated data set. The identification support for key events in the carcinogenesis of 1,3-butadiene seems clearly presented in the MMOA evidence. The use of the Hills consideration is also a useful approach. The committee recommends for presentation of this follows later in my presentation here. For key event 1, formation of the DNA reactive metabolites, there's strong evidence for this and it's well supported. For key evidence 2, the formation of DNA adducts and DNA damage, there's strong evidence for the formation of the DNA adducts and the event is adequately supported. The evidence that 1,3-butadiene and its metabolites cause other types of DNA damage is largely covered in the description for key event 3. Key event 3, chromosomal damage and or mutations arising from 1,3-butadiene-induced DNA damage. There's strong evidence that 1,3-butadiene causes these chromosomal damages and mutations. Key event 4, development of cancer. There's strong evidence that 1,3-butadiene induces cancer in mice and rats and sufficient evidence in humans. Some suggestions regarding interpretation of the evidence. Since agents acting through an MMOA tend to be carcinogenic in multiple species and in multiple tissues, see the Tennant and Ziegler 1993 paper, the carcinogenic effects seen in mice, rats, and humans, and this association should be briefly described in the document. The EPA notes the importance of cell proliferation, provides little detail on mechanism. It's well established that activating mutations in H and KRAS oncogenes, as well as in activating mutations in the P53 3 stimulate or facilitate cell proliferation and are established important steps in carcinogenesis. As indicated earlier, increased incidences of mutations in these and other cancer-related genes have been seen in the tumors in 1,3-butadiene-treated animals. This is a valuable piece of evidence supporting an MMOA and should be included. A brief summary of the increased incidences of mutated oncogenes and the tumor suppressor gene should be included in EPA's discussion. Regarding weight of evidence analysis, line 2152, the committee recommends replacing, quote, consistent with the induction of CML, chronic myeloid leukemia, end quote, with, quote, is associated with increased risk of cancer, end quote. That is a stronger argument, especially as the association between butadiene and CML seems to have weakened with time. There are multiple studies showing an association between elevated levels of structural chromosome aberrations and micronuclei in the peripheral blood lymphocytes of workers and increased risk of cancer incidence and mortality. That's from Hagmar 2004. Regarding temporality, lines 2168 and 2169. The rationale for including the sentence, quote, similarly, a minimum lag time of as little as 10 years was identified for human leukemia cases. And that's in Sathamakumar 2021b, as described in section 5.4.3, quote, presents an inconsistency, end quote. In section 5.4.3, lines 2610 to 16, EPA notes lag time did not make a difference, and a 0 lag time was used in a life table analysis. This point should be revisited and the conclusion explained. Note line 2173. It should be noted that the average latency period for many chemical and radiation-induced leukemias is less than 10 years. Regarding coherence, lines 2200 to 2202. Has the butadiene metabolite been tested for carcinogenicity? If so, the specific metabolite should be named. We suggest expanding the sentence into a short paragraph and perhaps move it under the Hill considerations of analogy. The fact that isoprene and chloroprene, close structural analogs of 1,3-butadiene, as well as other similar chemicals, ethylene oxide, vinyl chloride, etc., form reactive epoxide metabolites or themselves are epoxides, bind to DNA, cause mutations, and are established or reasonably expected to be carcinogenic and act through a mutagenic mechanism, strongly additional supports the MMOA determination for 1,3-butadiene. Now I'm going to discuss a very important point about the presentation of how EPA actually presented this evidence. The committee agrees with the agency's conclusion that a mutagenic mode of action underlies the carcinogenic response observed in various target organs and tissues in both laboratory animals and humans. And while the agency's logic is clear and foundation for its conclusions robust, the MMOA sets the foundation and perspective for the hazard and risk assessment to follow. Considering the impact of the MMOA decision, this important scientific discussion would benefit greatly by reformatting the EPA presentation into the more contemporary adverse outcome pathway construct. Could you put the first slide up, please? Details for that conversation, for that conversion with relevant citations are presented here. This is an important scientific point, not merely an editorial preference. The adverse outcome pathway, which I'll start referring to as AOP, would provide more detailed, structured, complete information. It would directly exhibit the expected standard of scientific excellence and transparency for this important topic. In this initial response, the committee developed several pages of description, diagrams, and references which detail our advice and how it could be implemented. To help with this presentation, there are four figures, which I'll show here. The AOP construct, that's the adverse outcome pathway construct, is generically presented here. We will provide for EPA the references around all these things that I'm talking about here. To begin with, a figure presenting a flow diagram which highlights and discriminates between the molecular initiating event, the MIE, and the key events, which are similar to what EPAs are presented, and the adverse outcome should be included in the document. Expand the presentation into the AOP construct would strengthen the logic for interpretation of the evidence, including for ovarian atrophy. Key events 2 and 3 will greatly benefit with additional detail. Not all genotoxicity study designs address the ability of a chemical substance and or its metabolites to interact directly with DNA. The results of those types of studies that should be captured in one or more boxes feeding into the early key events that reflect direct DNA interaction. If there are key events that should be added later in the mode of action adverse outcome pathway, that analysis would be supported by studies that reflect indirect effects. Then these boxes summarizing those could be linked to those key events. If an increase in cellular reactive oxygen species is expected or shown to occur following exposure of the target tissues to 1,3-butadiene reactive epoxide metabolites, then the OECD, APO wiki, and other information to be described later contains an entry that could help with crafting the recommended upgrade. It is AOP 296 entitled Oxidative DNA Damage Leading to Chromosomal Aberrations and Mutations. The next figure, please. So this figure presents the flow diagram for this AOP in the wiki. The authors who developed and submitted AOP 296 to the AOP wiki also published a companion paper in the peer-reviewed literature that's Cho et al. 2022, which I'll be referring to. And the AOP report in Environment Molecular Mutagen will be providing that paper as well. The Cho et al. Paper also contains a flow diagram of the AOP 296, but slightly modified and simplified. I know it's possible to go through all these diagrams, but we'll submit those to EPA. Could I have the next slide, please? This is the flowchart of AOP 296, the oxidative DNA damage leading to mutations and chromosomal aberrations. Key event number 1, inadequate DNA repair, is shown twice in this flow diagram to emphasize that different repair pathways are involved in repairing different types of DNA damage, and that key event 2, increase in DNA strand breaks, is required for the progression to AO2, the increase in chromosomal aberrations. That's taken from the Cho paper. Following this committee's recommendation, AOP construct is presented for ovarian atrophy. The process of revision would begin with the discussion in section 5.2, genotoxicity and mutagenicity, beginning on page 50. The original key event 1 would be absorbed into that discussion. The next step would be identification of the molecular initiating events, the MIE, perhaps interaction of 1,3-butadiene epoxide metabolites with DNA in target cells, in this case likely focused on components of the hematopoietic system, as those are the tumor types chosen for the quantification of the estimates of human risk. Key event 1, formation of DNA adducts and DNA damage by 1,3-butadiene metabolites in target cells, and event 2, chromosomal aberrations or other mutations arriving from the 1,3-butadiene induced DNA damage. As noted above, these two key events warrant some splitting up into smaller pieces, and therefore more key events accompanied by boxes pointing to however many key event relationships are now included that summarize the data, all the data supporting those key events. The last step would be identification of the adverse outcome, in this case, development of the lymphohematopoietic cancers from the 1,3-butadiene-induced mutation. In 2022, the same year that the authors of the OECD Wiki AOP 296 published a paper in the peer-reviewed literature describing that the AOP, this is Cho et al. 2022, several of them also published a related paper, that's the Hulunganga and et al. 2022, that provides a perspectives and guidance on how to expand and refine this AOP as additional relevant information becomes available. Exactly what this committee is recommending that the agency to do with its proposed mutagenic MOA for cancer. Hulunganga et al. 2022 employed the use of systemic review principles and software to conduct a transparent and documented literature search to identify new to them empirical data which might support the incorporation of new key events. Their search accomplished just that. They concluded that an additional key event, an increase its cellular reactive oxygen species, should be inserted into the existing AOP upstream from some of those already in it. And then the last final slide, please. A number of AOPs that converge on the key events associated with genotoxicity were extracted from the AOP wiki and adapted from those proposed by Sasaki et al. 2020. These AOPs were chosen to demonstrate the growing network of shared key events that form a network leading to the chromosomal damage and mutations. And there are several additional references we'll provide. The Cho et al. 2022, Hulunganga et al. 2002, and Sasaki et al. 2020 papers collectively provide a rich source of information with which the agency can develop a meaningful description of 1,3-butadiene potential for producing carcinogenic effects via mutagenic AOP, bringing together all the evidence as discussed above. We have additional comments. Page 58, section 5.3.5, mutagenic MOA, weight of evidence analysis. This section presents the analysis of how well this proposed mutagenic MOA fits the Bradford Hill criteria that have been incorporated into the documentation and justification for an argument that proposes MOA is plausible. The first sentence in that section, quote, in accordance with the EPA 2005 guidelines for carcinogenic risk assessment, this analysis of mutagenic MOA follows the Bradford Hill criteria considerations developed for evaluating epidemiological studies, Hill 1965. That could be misconstrued as inferring that the Bradford Hill criteria can only be applied to epidemiology studies. A simple fix would be to add the word originally after developed, along with a sentence which notes that these criteria have since been modified somewhat to be applicable to judging all study types, human, animal, non-animal, that are incorporated into a mode of action in human relevance analysis. While this section of the draft human health hazard assessment document is detailed and evidence for the decision robust, one or more parts may require editing of conclusions when the draft MOA is updated to fit the AOP construct or additional modified key events are inserted. In lines 2044 to 48, studies have demonstrated the mutagenic activity of 1,3-butadiene in bacterial systems, specifically inducing gene mutations in Salmonella typhimurium strains TA100 and TA1535. But this activity was observed only in the presence of metabolic activation with an S9 fraction. Revise that to, quote, gene mutations in Salmonella strains TA100 TA1535 with metabolic activation using the S9 fraction. For line 2071, replace brief with relatively short. Most micronucleus studies are shorter than 10 days. line 2060, we recommend rewording the following sentence. Quote, in addition, studies have shown that 1,3-butadiene induces specific mutations in critical genes involved in cancer development, including oncogenes, for example, the KRAS, and tumor suppression genes, as well as those in the WNT signaling pathway that's in ASTDR 2012 and US EPA 2002. We suggest the following, quote, an increased incidence of mutations in cancer-related oncogenes, for example, KRAS, and tumor suppressor genes, for example, TP53, has been seen in butadiene-induced tumors. And finally, line 2073 to 75, we recommend replacing percentages with incidences in, quote, furthermore, increasing percentages of HRAS and KRAS proto-oncogene mutations were observed in 4 stomach neoplasms of mice following chronic inhalation exposure to 1,3-butadiene. That's from Sills 2001. And then we have some editorial comments. Micronuclei should be micronucleus and et cetera, which we'll put in the paper. As there may be some overlaps in what I've just read with questions 5F4 and 5B. We'll work with that committee to link these discussions and recommendations so we can provide coherent responses to EPA. There may also be linkages to other charge questions. So we ask lead discussions from those sections to collaborate with us or Dr. Roby as appropriate. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that response. And before I go to the associates, let's make sure that the recommendations that are being made are, if there are long-term recommendations that might not be feasible for this particular evaluation, given the time constraints, please make that kind of clear, a near-term, intermediate term, long-term kind of recommendation.
On that point, it's our opinion that what we're putting in here is really 2 big things. One is additional data, which and references, which support the existing, and it's a rewriting exercise basically, because right now, instead of these 2 being or these issues being discussed in pieces, they in fact fit into one diagram that will both improve, from our point of view, will dramatically improve the presentation and bring all these pieces together into one coherent story. Secondly of all, that is at least the existing scientific standard or practice, I might say, which I think in this particular case really is in EPA's best interest to put it in this because it clarifies a lot of the discussions. That's why I referred to the lead discussions previously. They may want to opine on this, and we're perfectly happy to hear from them.
Okay, great. And our associate discussants, Dr. Eastman?
Yes. Let me add an additional thing. I mentioned this yesterday, but I thought I'd elaborate. It's on the age-dependent adjustment factors, also in there. Let me flesh this out, and then it gets a little more complicated, but it's one of the public comments expressed concern about the risk of 1,3-butadiene as a mutagenic chemical during the prenatal period. They implied that an additional ADAF should be applied, or that the period covered by the existing ADAF be extended to cover the last trimester of pregnancy. While this may be warranted for some chemicals, it was pointed out by one reviewer, commenter me, that this in case probably unnecessary. The CYP enzymes, particularly CYP2E1, which plays a critical role in the bioactivation 1,3-butadiene, are expressed at low to very low levels in the fetus and placenta. I have several references. Expression of these enzymes primarily occurs after birth. As a result, it would seem that an additional ADAF beyond the currently applied ADAF, or an extension of the current ADF into the prenatal period to protect against increased cancer risk, is not necessary. And I haven't been able to chase it down, but I just did a simple Google search about CYP2E1 levels in pregnant mice. And apparently CYP2E1 does go up in pregnant mice, but it doesn't go up in humanized mice. So this complicates things very much. I haven't been able to chase down those references to make sure that's solid. But anyway, this complication about CYP2E1 levels in mice, pregnant mice, and in the fetus plays into not only this mutagenic sort of interspecies issues, but also may play a role in sort of the fetal effects as well. Anyway.
Thank you for that comment. That's really important to note the age dependent development of these kinds of enzymes, as well as the, if you will, situational dependence, stresses changing these enzyme functions or expression. So that's really important to get captured, and I do appreciate that. Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
I have no additional comments other than to compliment Dr. Chasen on being able to craft a rather smooth presentation from all the stuff we've thrown at her.
Yes, agreed. And now we can go to our other panel members, and I see Dr. Apte has his hand raised.
Hi, this is Udayan Apte. I just have a question for Dr. Eastman there about the humanized mice that he mentioned. And there are two different types of humanized mice. One is where you delete CYP2E1 from the mouse, or the mouse CYP2E1 gene is deleted, and then you put in human CYP2E1 gene back in that mouse, and some people call that humanized. The other humanized mouse would be where the cells in the hepatocyte, mainly the hepatocytes in the liver, will be replaced by human hepatocytes. And the studies that you're referring to, do you know which specific type of study that was? And because that would matter, because these are two different kind of models, and there's quite a bit of debate about this, which is relevant and which is not, about the CYP2E1 or any gene activation that is seen from those models.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually literally just looked this up right before this presentation. And
Oh, okay.
The presentation, I didn't have a chance.
I'll look as well.
But so I don't know, and I agree. The interpretation, in some ways, I almost am reluctant to mention it because it's so limited. So
yeah.
Let me continue to pursue this, but so I should put it out there because it does complicate a lot of this very complicated story already.
Yeah. The other question I had, and I think we had some discussion, you and Dr. Cobb and I yesterday about this is, we discussed that, the activation of, higher activity of CYP2E1 in the mom might make more metabolite. But what I'm trying to find out, if anybody knows, if that are those metabolites going to ever cross the placental barrier, and if they're not, then probably the risk is less for the fetus. I mean, the risk is still high for the mom, of course, but the risk is less for the fetus, and that probably would kind of go towards what you're saying about not using additional criteria. So that if any information is on that, that would be really good.
Well, from the developmental studies, we know the fetus in the mouse is very sensitive. So that would imply there's probably maternal metabolites able to cross into the fetus. Assuming that bioactivation is required and that the enzymes involved appear to be at very low levels in the fetus itself.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so this becomes a complicated story.
Yeah.
And figuring out how to deal with this in a risk perspective is also complicated.
Thank you.
Dr. Hager-Bernays.
Yeah, thank you, both Dr. Apte and Dr. Eastman, for bringing this up. This was the question or the comment that I had, I guess a response to Dr. Eastman was that question about maternal formation of the metabolites and potential for crossing into the fetus. And I did do a search and was pretty unsuccessful in finding other than what Dr. Eastman has stated about the sort of the complexity of the model and the information from the mouse model and the susceptibility of the maternal system. So I think it may be an open question still with regard to the science, but it is an important question. And again, this is a place where in absence of data, how does a decision get made? So pointing that out with a data gap, I think identifying this as a data gap is important.
Agreed. Other comments from the committee?
There's just a request from me if Dr. Apte maybe could work with Dr. Hyder Bernays and Dr. Eastman to put together an addition to our response with a recommendation to EPA. And
I'll send
sure
my
that
comments to Dr. Eastman maybe.
Okay, yeah. If
And
you
then he
three,
can,
I think, could sort of put together one coherent
Sure.
and maybe talk to each other so that we can provide EPA with a clear recommendation.
Is that okay, Dr. Eastman?
Oh,
If
yeah,
I
it's
send-
fine. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
I'll welcome any input because I'm not sure exactly how to deal with this myself, so.
Thank you. Well, the reason I'm kicking it over the fence is because I don't know what the magic answer is either.
Okay, thank you for those responses and that dialogue. It's very important. Let's go to the agency to see if they're clarifying questions. Is there anyone from EPA there?
Sheila Healy from EPA. Can you please repeat the question to us?
Do you have any questions for us? What's the question?
Yep.
Based on the last response.
No, no clarifying questions. Thank you.
All right, well then you folks continue to have the floor. My agenda has the same charge question repeated. Maybe it was for a follow-up. Has 5D1 repeated, and if that is simply a follow-up, then we can go to 3A. I don't know if was there 5D2?
No, that was deleted.
Okay, so let's go to question 3A.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Kit Lee with EPA, and I'll be reading charge question 3A. EPA has determined that 1,3-butadiene, a monomer used in polymer-derived consumer products such as synthetic rubbers, is stable in these products and not expected to degrade in such a way as to expose the consumer to the 1,3-butadiene monomer. These polymers include, but are not limited to, acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, ABS resins, and styrene butadiene rubber, SBR. Residual butadiene concentrations in polymers and downstream concentrations are very low and often not detectable. Question 3AI, please comment on EPA's conclusion to develop a qualitative assessment of exposure to 1,3-butadiene in consumer products and articles as described in sections 5.1.2 and 5.3.3 of the draft risk evaluation for 1,3-butadiene.
All right, thank you for getting that into the record for us. And now we can go to I don't have a discussant listed on my document here.
I think that's mine,
Is that
the
yours?
lead discussant
Okay.
on that. And the associates are Dr. Gentry, Dr. Fong, and we've also have a submission from Dr. Salmao, and I've also heard from several other people who haven't actually submitted text other than support. So this is sort of a patchwork of their comments. So is EPA gonna, so should,
So that was
should I
ready.
just proceed? Yeah, should I just proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The remarks here are specific to charge question 3.A.I, and it's generic to similar discussions in other areas where qualitative assessments, quote, qualitative assessments, end quote, have been chosen for presentation. Committee responses for charge question 4AI2, for example, was in concert with the committee responses here. Our response addresses both the process, quote, to calculate or not to calculate, and the presentation of those decisions. Indeed, previous sections in the evaluation of 1,3-butadiene make a convincing case that there's a low probability that consumer products being handled by consumers or stored in consumers' environments could yield any dermal deposit or measurable air concentrations of 1,3-butadiene in that environment. But EPA's presentation, as in the examples we'll give below, doesn't lead the reader through that logic. It sounds like a guess dressed up in regulatory jargon. The main justification for skipping the calculation is that EPA shouldn't waste its time calculating such obviously low risks. This justification harkens back to the deliberations that led EPA's successful tier assessment logic. Indeed, some exposures and consequential risks are exceedingly low for a myriad of reasons. Low toxicity, even with high exposure, low exposure, even with high risk, etc. For 1,3-butadiene, enough information is at hand to make deterministic, conservative, Tier 1 type quantitative calculations with accompanying narrative to explain what values were used from data or assumptions for each parameter of algorithms. EPA's deterministic models can employ in less time than it takes to explain and defend a qualitative approach and would follow the tier approach long utilized by EPA. When algorithms deliver an exceedingly low risk value, the low risk issue is demonstrated transparently. Consumer risk is one of the assessments, be that quantitative or qualitative, that is of great interest and visibility for any chemical being evaluated. Any real or perceived inadequacy of the risk assessment process, any real or perceived opaqueness in reporting what the agency did to reach its conclusions, or other sensitivities regarding the process or presentation could be poorly received by the public and scientists. Hence, in general terms, this issue is relevant to all qualitative assessments for any chemical under review. I'm going to present an example from the document. Quote, the consumer COUs and associated disposal for 1,3-butadiene do not have quantitative risk assessments. It's in the document. I'm sorry, I'll provide the exact page number or line number. Presumably, EPA is saying here that, quote, EPA did not conduct a quantitative risk assessment. However, the hypothetical risk could have been modeled to quantitatively illustrate the low potential risk. Additionally, the model parameters provide a means to transparency, illustrating the parameters of the model algorithm and logic for the values for each factor. The answer is likely to be very, very low, just as EPA initially assumes, but now it's demonstrably demonstrated quantitatively. Quote from the document, EPA has qualitatively evaluated the COUs by assessing the possibility of 1,3-butadiene monomer exposure from polymer consumers used in section 5.1.2 and concluded limited potential exposure. Let's examine that sentence. Assessing the possibility. This infers a probability assessment was done. However, there is no quantitative assessment nor utilizations of probability factors. So in this narrative, what is the assessment? As for their quote, and concluded, this sounds like EPA looked at this and decided. The language in the paragraph is also inferring probability of exposure rather than exposure when the objects are handled or in the room. This scenario can easily be modified in a Tier 1 quantitative assessment. Throughout the documents, EPA emphasizes little or no residual 1,3-butadiene residue in finished products and low opportunity for off-gassing that leads to an appreciable air concentration. For a Tier 1 quantitative assessment approach take this from the other side. Assume some residue and some rate of off-gassing in an enclosed space over a long period of time. We would suggest riding in a vehicle for 12 hours. EPA can make the calculations using standard methods and representations of below measurable levels for off-gassing for multiple plastics, adhesives, and rubber items that could be in those environments. After some time beyond manufacturing, the off-gassing of the residual monomer must decrease exponentially. So estimate of a day X off-gassing rate using whatever exponents are reasonable and calculate what the contribution to the room could be, or the enclosure in the vehicle. Exposure consequential to that value for a person staying in the vehicle would be exceptionally low, a quantification to present to the reader. This avoids the suggestion that EPA was using some kind of probabilistic logic about if a person is exposed, possibly limited potential. This shows the low exposure when the objects are in the environment, which is what I think EPA was trying to say. The conclusion from this now quantitative assessment is that the risk is extremely low, consistent with EPA's statement that there is their expectation of no appreciable risk. A hypothetical quantitative assessment like this can be modeled with easily available information and assumptions, an approach which is just as valid as utilizing fractions of an LOD or LOQ for below detection limit quantitative representations or censored data. Values applied for the factors should be explained, of course. That is transparency, and it's scientifically legitimate. Given the numbers of scenarios that are likely to be relevant to any particular risk evaluation, the need for efficiency, cost effectiveness, and focus in the exposure assessment process is indeed important, we agree. Selection of the assessment tier and corresponding exposure assessment method depends on the purpose of the assessment and the quality and quantity of the available data, resources, level, et cetera, et cetera. For efficiency, exposure assessment should be used in a tiered approach, starting with screening level assessments, increasing the level of complexity if indeed it wasn't required. This approach would also be preferred over a qualitative assessment approach when the final exposure assessment determinations will be used to make decisions about risk acceptability, and it would support those risk decisions. Strengths of this quantitative approach: it avoids illustrative references to some kind of thinking process that isn't displayed or observable by the reader. Point 2, it illustrates conclusions with understandable numbers, which when compared to other scenarios that are in fact risky, it would be obviously minimal. 3, process is transparent, needing little explanation and needs no trust me factor. 4, adheres to the tiered approach developed and successfully utilized by EPA for such situations. And lastly, in the long run, it's more efficient than a qualitative approach, which will be challenged repeatedly. Thank you. That's our comments.
All right. Thank you for getting that comment pulled together for us, Dr. Chasen. And let's go to your associate discussants and then those who've participated in the writing. Let's go to Dr. Gentry first.
I don't have anything to add, and I appreciate Dr. Chasen's hard work in pulling all this together.
Right. These kinds of long comments are difficult. I don't think Dr. Fong is with us today. So, and you mentioned Dr. Samuel had participated.
Yes, please include her.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chasen, for that excellent summary. It covers all my comments. I just had one very minor clarification. I think you just inadvertently said that you were referencing back to the previous occupational exposure assessment that we also made a similar recommendation for a screening level tier 1. It was for BI2, not for AI2, just very minor.
Thank you.
Just to get that in the record, but otherwise I very much appreciate you referencing back to that section as well. And I think this is a really important consideration in terms of approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the rest of the committee for comments. So this is George Cobb. I will just simply say that the committee's been looking at off-gassing of various chemicals, volatile chemicals, semi-volatile chemicals from plastics and other consumer products in several recent reviews. And it's evident that there are off-gassing scenarios that are important. And this is going to be largely dependent on the thickness and the density of the polymers that are involved and the vapor pressure of the chemical in question, the toxicant in question. And while I would agree that we don't have long-term off-gassing of appreciable amounts, that short-term off-gassing could be perhaps very important. I don't have any data regarding that, but it seems like those types of data should be readily available or readily producible. So that's my comment, and I'll try to get a sentence or two to you about that, Chris. Excuse me, Dr. Chasen. Okay, that concludes charge question 3 as I see it on my agenda. So we can circle back to EPA to see if you have clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Kit Lee with EPA. No, we do not have any clarifying questions at the time. Thank you for that presentation.
Okay, excellent. And thank you. I understand EPA is having some technical difficulties today, and I'm not trying to throw you guys under the bus. I'm just trying to say thank you for hanging in there with us. I know you're trying to manage through. Okay. We are nowhere near a lunch break, so let me ask Dr. Heiger Bernays if you think we can get through question 6A1 in the 45-minute time frame that is remaining before lunch.
So here's my concern. I haven't discussed with Dr. Fox and separated some of the elements. I could give it a shot, but I'm wondering if it isn't going to be more effective to give even a 15-minute break and then come back and do that.
Okay, before we do that, let me ask the rest of the committee. We had these questions that EPA has posed to us. The fetal body weight as an endpoint, ovarian atrophy as an endpoint, measured versus modeled concentrations for the epidemiology exposures and the 0-day lag time. Are there groups that could meet to discuss a unified answer back to the EPA while we take a break, or not? And that's to the committee. So I don't hear anybody that's wanting to have any kind of breakout discussions about that. So, yeah, I think, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a 15-minute break and then we can come back and have Dr. Heiger Bernays start with 6A1?
Dr. Cobb,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand up. Before we take the break, it might be worth just reading into the record the collective, the comment about how we're going to try to put together some of these common issues that pop up. Do you want me to read that into the
I
record?
would prefer to do that. I'd prefer to do that later,
Okay. All right. Very
honestly,
good.
towards the end. Yes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Dr. Rubin?
Hi, Dr. Rubin. Just wondering if we should open up the discussion to the whole group on some of those elements to see if we can reach consensus.
We can, but that does not give Dr. Heiger Bernays and Dr. Fox a chance to participate.
Okay, gotcha.
So let's take a 15-minute break and then come back and go through 6-1A before lunch. And just realize this is scheduled to be after lunch today anyway, so we're ahead of schedule. So we can take a 15-minute break and let Dr. Fox and Dr. Heiger Bernays do that, and then we'll come back, even if we have to go a little bit longer before we get to lunch.
Can Mary and I get a breakout room?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Dr. Heiger Bernays, how long would you like the breakout room? Charlene Madden.
Well, I guess
30 minutes?
15 minutes. I guess we're getting 15 minutes and
Dr.
we'll
Cobb.
see where we land there.
I think that'll be okay.
We can do it. We can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And magically it will appear somewhere.
Click
But
on
don't
see
start the
something at the
timer
bottom.
yet. Don't. Yeah, but don't start the timer yet.
I see it at the bottom, like when you do the ... join the breakout room.
Oh. Oh, there. Okay.
Ms. Munier, give me a clue when we should start the timer now? Or wait?
I started. You want me to pause it?
Dr. Hager-Bernays, I see you're back. Dr. Fox back as well?
I'm back. Back.
Yes, yes. Hello.
Okay.
Mary, I sent it to you with the color coding and I put it in SharePoint, so it's up there.
Yeah, I've kind of been watching you in SharePoint in real time.
Okay. So maybe if we can get the clock taken down. Or can I do that? I cannot do that. Okay, the clock's down. Now let's make sure we've got people back. Yeah, it looks like people are still here. Okay, so thanks to everyone. People are just identifying themselves. That's it. Okay. Let's go ahead now and get charge question 6A read into the record, please.
We have David Eastman raising his hand. Does he need to say something before 6A is read?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Let me just briefly mention that comments, what I read briefly about the humanized mice, that I chased down some of the references, that doesn't appear to be relevant to what we're discussing here. So that portion, just disregard.
Okay.
Other issues are still real, but that's, anyway.
Dr. Chasen?
Thank you. When I was reading the response for charge question 3AI, I skipped over a sentence which I've been asked to put into the record. I referred to situations where there could be low risk and very high exposure or high risk and low exposure. However, the part I missed was in cases where there are demonstrably low risks and presumably low exposure, that might be the only exception for doing a qualitative assessment. And I did not read that in, but I'll make sure that's in the text. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Now I think we're ready to read in charge question 6A and then sub 1.
That's you.
Thank you. Now reading in charge question 6A. Sub-question I, please comment on the overall content, organization, and presentation of the technical support documents. Draft physical chemistry and fate assessment for 1,3-butadiene, US EPA 2024E. Draft environmental media concentrations for 1,3-butadiene, US EPA 2024A. Draft general population exposures for 1.
Dr. Jacobs is frozen, it seems.
It looks like he's been frozen again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Allie. We can hear you.
Okay, it says my internet connection is unstable. Okay.
Allie, can you read that?
Yes. Sure. So I will go ahead and read charge question 6AI. Please comment on the overall content, organization, and presentation of the following technical support documents. Draft physical chemistry and fate assessment for 1,3-butadiene, US EPA 2024E. Draft environmental media concentrations for 1,3-butadiene, reference US EPA 2024A. Draft general population exposures for 1,3-butadiene, reference US EPA 2024B. Draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment, US EPA 2024D. And draft human health hazard assessment, US EPA 2024C.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And Dr. Heiger-Bernays, will you provide the lead portion of our response?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll start with some general comments that even in technical support documents, there's a need to explain the relevance and importance of the technical information or analysis presented. The intent of this response, our response is to the charge question, is to provide a high level evaluation of the overall content, organization, and presentation of the technical review documents. To that end, the comments are organized according to each of the draft documents, and many of the comments may be similar across the documents. There are typos, missing words, and text that read as if they're informal notes rather than text conveying technical and challenging concepts. The table of contents and abbreviations are important for all of the reports. Hot links to specific reference portions of other reports would help the audience to focus on items and points. Each report encompasses a great deal of information that is often captured in tables. Tables are excellent for comparing information from different studies and highlighting the key finding, and we find that it's important to use these. Each report is generally well organized, highly detailed, and augmented with supplementary information. However, we note the presence of typos and in some places, notes that read quite informally. Some coordination across reports occurs in the introductions for each, and the final section of each report provides concluding remarks, and it's helpful given the level of detail in the content of each report. The EPA may also consider an overall executive summary that brings together key points and serves as a platform in which each draft report contributes. It is a strength that all data streams are rooted in the systematic review, quality, evidence, evaluation, integration process. However, we acknowledge again that there are concerns with TSCA's systematic review protocol process. Presentation on EPA's website, the web links for our risk evaluation present a list of links to all associated documents. With so many documents, it's hard to find any specific one or know how the different documents relate to each other. A couple of comments, and then I'll go into specific questions, additional comments. EPA in 2024C throughout often uses the word no risk provided to note when, by definition, is a probability for an adverse event to occur. Although many conservative or health protective assumptions were used to ensure a level of protection, there remains a remote or de minimis probability for an adverse event. Absolute terms in risk assessments are not accurate and reduce the credibility of the effort. Rarely are all necessary data available to conduct a risk assessment. Therefore, nearly all risk assessments require the use of assumptions. Using assumptions introduces uncertainty, and it is clear that US EPA, when possible, tries to use conservative assumptions to account for uncertainty. However, these decisions can greatly bias final risk estimates, and it's not clear exactly the rough magnitude of how these assumptions affect the final risk estimates. In most sections, there's a brief discussion of uncertainty, but it's not carried through the risk assessment. Throughout these documents, the US EPA recognizes these uncertainties. However, the approximate magnitudes are not captured or presented alongside the quantitative risk estimates, and this gives the false perception of precision. Throughout the documents, descriptions of what data were used and how they were used could be, quote unquote, refined to avoid misunderstanding. This is actually a generic issue, not confined to the topic of 1,3-butadiene and not confined to these documents. In particular, the word assessed or its related words, assessment, assessing, assess, are used to mean something ranging from review to modeled, statistically rigorous calculation. Sometimes it infers a judgment or declared likelihood without presentation of any calculation. It sometimes appears with another characterization of the task which took place, leading to some confusion. An example of this draft risk assessment, section 5.1.2 and 5.3.3, page 13, showing the life cycle diagram. Quote, EPA assessed releases and exposures by reviewing the incident reports related to 1,3-butadiene distribution within the U.S. Department of Transportation and National Response Center databases. The databases are not discussed in the document regarding what information within those databases are present and relevant to whatever factors were important to the scientist. And then how robust was the information? Were all of the necessary factors of interest resident in these databases? If not, what is missing and how important is that? Then were there any statistical organizations and tests conducted on those data that would support the concept of assessment? What did such an assessment show? What is meant by review? What does this mean in groups of enlightenment of these issues, defining periodicity of potential exposures, groups being exposed, magnitude of exposures, other? What industries are included? Does it cover transportation, storage, distribution, recycling, other facilities that have been discussed during this meeting, including the plastics facilities and the rubber facilities? Vagueness or confusion regarding the important characteristics of data utilizing coming to a conclusion or contributing decision along the path of scientific inquiry can be minimized with more description and precise use of words like assessment. If the data are useful but not adequate for quantitative examination, that should be stated within the explanation of the limitations. If some factors are statistically examined, please note these. What is a review? Is the structure or subject of the database revealing something unique, which focuses attention to some important perspective within the database? For example, with these databases, what kinds of events would warrant a report? Are all events reported? Are there gaps in the data? Who decides what gets reported? And how is this relevant to effects that may become evident years later? In terms of specific documents, the limitations include for the draft physical chemistry and fate assessment for 1,3-butadiene, solubility in aquatic systems is relevant, but likelihood or information about measured presence should be added to the reader so the reader puts the physical characteristics into the context of potential for exposure. Is there any information on the possible proportion of 1,3-butadiene that would be released into the environment and photodegraded? That would be important in understanding the potential risk from formaldehyde and acrolein in the environment. Draft environmental media concentrations for 1,3-butadiene. Lack of detection is not synonymous with no risk. Further explanation about the information to be gained in a qualitative assessment should be added. Define gray literature. Draft general population exposures for 1,3-butadiene. Focus of most studies is on occupational exposures. Use of the 95th percentile may underestimate the risk for pest communities. Also, seasonal and environmental factors will affect the movement of airborne concentrations. Draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment. Figure 1-2 is an excellent visual which has links to the draft risk assessment for 1,3-butadiene with table 1.1, providing more detail throughout the rest of this document. The ACC dataset used to determine the 50th and 95th percentiles is representative and is needed to estimate inhalation exposure. There's also variability associated with the type of occupational exposure. Occupational exposures outside of production facilities is more difficult due to varied types of exposures associated with product use. Qualitative assessments may provide some information. See previous questions. Data gaps and uncertainties are undeniable issues. Models and statistical approaches can help to bridge. Also, data gaps and uncertainties need to be more clearly identified. And their gaps and uncertainties and their influence on ultimate risk estimates. Draft human health assessment, further comments. The expectation is that a human health assessment support document will provide enough detail so that one can make an informed judgment regarding one, the robustness of a toxicity database to determine whether and under what conditions exposure to the chemicals under evaluation does or does not produce effects of concern. Two, which, if any of these, the described studies are potential candidates for use in dose response analysis and hazard characterization. And three, whether the chosen studies and modeling approaches yield a scientifically supportable hazard characterization of both non-cancer and cancer endpoints. And four, the soundness of the rationale behind the agency's scientific conclusions and choices made with regard to the models used in the quantitative assessment. In section 6AII, we provide suggestions on how the agency might improve the clarity and depth of the information presented and improve its usefulness to a risk assessor, just one of the categories of defined users. We'll point out that there are technical reports submitted by industry sponsors. These studies pose a particular challenge. Having been sponsored by specific companies or consortia, they will be submitted to a regulatory authority with a claim of containing confidential business information or CBI. Examples in the 1,3-butadiene health assessment are BIBRA 1990A, 1990B, Hazelton Labs 1981, and Will Research 2003. While the latter two contain only brief abstracts on their hero page, the BIBRA studies do not, for good reason. Activating the hyperlink on all of their hero pages yields only a listing in the National Technical Information Services National Technical Reports Library and or an undated cover letter uploaded into an earlier 1,3-butadiene docket. And recommendations are proposed as to how to address these. There's uneven usefulness of the HERO hyperlink tool. This problem likely pervades all of the documents, but the focus here are on the human health risk assessment. If or when the reader of a draft risk evaluation and its support documents finds that one, along with its support documents, their appendices and the data quality evaluation information documents for their areas of interest do not satisfy their information needs, they will click on the hero hyperlinking the document text for that cited publication to get more detail. Granted that one may not gain access to the full publication, but that will depend upon whether or not the reader is associated with an institution that has access privileges. And we have recommendations for addressing that. Let's see. Additionally, with regard to the draft environmental media concentrations for 1,3-butadiene, the documents tend to be clear and easy to read. All air concentrations have been converted to micrograms per cubic meter, which is consistent ways to express concentrations. Many times this is not done in summary documents, and it makes it difficult for the reader. Section 3.1.2, monitoring databases. The document refers readers to another Excel document, and the citation is given, containing AMTIC data, where it would be helpful if columns were defined so that the reader can understand where the concentrations come from, as when comparing concentrations pointed out in this document. The high value in Texas was not found when converted from BV. As pointed out earlier, Texas data goes through the 3/3/31/21 and not through the end of 2021 as written. This should be noted. Section 5.1, measured concentrations in groundwater, should include a statement about the data in water quality portal, as this reviewer found issues with the groundwater data discussed earlier in charge question 2. For future assessments, it should be worth asking if the quality of the data in the water quality portal is of high enough standard to be in these types of documents. Table APXC-1, summary of AMTIC monitoring data 2016-2021 for 1,3-butadiene. Helpful to include some discussion of the amount of non-detects, since the statistics are presented for mean and mean without non-detects. It's also important for communicating risk to the public. And I think this issue is addressed in a previous question. With regard to the draft general population exposures for 1,3-butadiene, the document could benefit by some type of figure or flow chart showing IIOAC modeling, HEM modeling, NEI evaluation, monitoring data, and air tox screen, and how those fit together and why all are necessary for the determination of risk from 1,3-butadiene. This could be done in should be done in plain language. What's the difference between the models? What are other regulatory programs use the models? Table 2-4, summary of 1,3-butadiene ambient concentrations from air tox screen 2020. Information from air tox screen was not discussed very much during the meeting, but recommended adding discussion on the maximum predicted concentrations of 4.05 micrograms per cubic meter of 1,3-butadiene in region 7, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, and Nebraska. 2020, what is the source of that maximum predicted concentration? How does that fit in with the model data using the 3 models that were used? Figure provided below shows, which is the continental US, I don't know, 1,3-butadiene across the US from all 38 source categories. Based on the EPA's general population, IUR 4.4 times 10 to the minus 6 risk per microgram per cubic meter, exposure concentrations of 0.227 micrograms per cubic meter to 22.7 to 1 e to the minus 6 to 1 e to the minus 4 risk. This is a useful figure to show risks across the country from the 38 source categories. And I think I will just finish up by stating that the summary of the draft physical chemical fate assessment should not only contain the key points, but should explain what happened next. In other words, a qualitative descriptive element was developed. The summary should also describe the underlying evidence in a concise way. For example, the data were gathered and evaluated as part of the systematic review process. The physical, chemistry, and fate assessment data reports and applied in the risk evaluation come from experimental studies and government documents. Draft human health assessment. It's really important to discuss, excuse me, how the relevance importance can be missing in the documents. At the beginning of the draft health human risk assessment.
Take your time, Dr. Hagerman. Take a breath.
Excuse me. Okay. The studies to be discussed are described as guideline-like. First, guideline-like should be explained. How did these studies deviate from full guideline compliance? Further, why is a guideline compliance important? Because it gives assurance in the quality and weight of the evidence of the study findings. Even in the technical support documents, writing efficiencies are possible. This is demonstrated in the draft health and human health risk assessment, page 45, section 5.1.2. The sections focused on 3 studies, NTP 1984 and 1993 and Hazelton Labs 1981. A more integrated narrative rather than the cancer site-by-site presentation may be more efficient. And the draft general population exposures concerned with accuracy of figures. Figure 2-1 depicts stack emissions, which according to the text accounts for a large portion of the annual releases, about 2/3, but the figure does not illustrate fugitive releases at all. This impairs the broader communication value of the assessment, but because there's no visual representation of an important type of release. One other statement is the committee has spoken about aggregate risk in the past in the past. We're not rehashing this, but it will be in the write-up. And some of those comments are relevant here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for getting all of that into the record. This kind of question is always very challenging because it spans many of the documents. And so I do appreciate your synthesis here. Let's go to the associate discussants, Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
Yes, I wanted to add an additional recommendation under the section where we talked about the industry-funded studies that don't have a link to the study. We did offer a recommendation for something that the office could do. The one that's in there, I'd like to have the second step. The first one is a bit simpler, and we talked about it the other day when the question was asked of whether or not the agency ever used much of industry submitted studies in any of the other documents, and pigment violet 29 came up. The simpler thing for dealing with this is simply to ask the sponsor if they'd be willing to lift the CVI claim and provide the full report, and then have that in the hyperlink in the here on that. That would be the first recommendation, and if they say no, then the second recommendation would require some action on the part of the agency to do some work itself.
Thank you, Dr. Fenner-Crisp. I think this may have been an artificial break between Dr. Fox and I. She will read the recommendations, and my charge was to read the issues, the challenges that were identified. So hold tight.
I'll repeat it then.
You'll repeat it again, and I'm sure she'll capture it in her report out. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Next would be Dr. Mayer.
Well, yeah, they captured all my thoughts.
Okay. Excellent. And then Dr. Fox.
Yes, thanks. This is Mary Fox. So I would just add, again, and this sort of, it links back to other comments that have been made about, uncertainty. So we referred to using the IPCS probabilistic dose response modeling tool, which would help us better quantify and present uncertainties around the dose response assessment.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Are there comments from others on the committee? Dr. Chasen.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. I'm not sure where this goes. It's about an omission, but I'll raise it here as part of the content, and then whatever the committee instructs me to do, I'll send a written form of this to whomever they decide you should go to. Okay. Throughout these documents, there's been either sort of just sideline inclusions, but not in any organized way, for an vast expansion of additional exposure opportunity scenarios, not just for this chemical, but this is a generic issue across the approach, if you will, that EPA takes to this. For example, occupational/consumer and fence line types of exposures are possible and unintended in many cases. For example, the original chemical needs to be created. Surely that's an industrial occupational issue with environmental contamination. Next, the chemical in manufacturing has to be put into a bulk product of some kind, which involves packaging, then transportation to and from that facility. The use of the bulk product in manufacturing goes into other intermediate forms. For example, bulk plastic combinations will go into everything from plastic bags to platforms for computer motherboards, etc. Then those are created in very different sites than as you go through all of this. The use of the intermediate form in product manufacturing, and very importantly, something that almost never shows up in the reports is incorporation of these multiple parts into complex products, which may have hundreds of contributions. For example, computers, iPhones, vehicles, batteries, and data centers. We've seen from previous work by the committee that there are a great number of that computers operate where they're very high percentage of the material is combinations of different kinds of plastics that would be different intermediate forms, which are in a unit that's internally generating heat and contributes to off-gassing from all of these plastics. Now, in today's world, imagine putting hundreds of thousands of these into a space called a data center all across the country. And we know that this is very high energy to cool these things, et cetera, and yet they're not even mentioned as a potential source of the chemical off-gassing. The other big one that is never discussed and sort of, at least in my thinking, is the perfect storm for concentration of chemicals is both the interior and the emissions from big distribution center buildings. Now, I know these can't be considered in the existing one. However, I will submit this in a written form as a suggestion, recognizing these are issues that simply are not visible in the assessments and should at least be considered in all future assessments, even if the agency currently does not have the information to do it. However, we would recommend that now the agency begin looking at how those issues can be addressed, find the right kind of information and experts to advise them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Make sure that I think I'm not sure where that goes, but we can maybe talk about that one offline. Dr. Fox or Hagen-Bernays, did you have something? Okay, Dr. Santos Barrois.
Yeah, thank you very much, and you did a fantastic fantastic exercise in putting everything together. I don't know how you do it. I have three comments. This is my first time that I participate in something like this, so I have to confess that when confronting the huge set of documents that we have for this risk assessment is really complex. At the end, I ended up understanding that this is a system. It's a system of documents, and they have hierarchy. We have the main report, and we have the draft reports that support the main report. Then we have the technical support documents. We have the extraction documents, and we have even some Excel files that help us understand it. So I think there should be a way that external readers of this can navigate easier through the whole system, and certainly then going into the references by the links, it's a further complex process. So I don't know. The first time that you look at this, I'm saying this as an external first timer here. it's really confusing what goes first. Okay, what you have to, how do you have to understand the hierarchy between one and the other documents? You do it by walking through the documents. Eventually, you find out little by little, and that's a very hard process. My second comment is on the documents that are used for supporting the assessment. I understand that all of that comes from the systematic literature review or previous risk assessments. But it seems to me like if there is no critical review of the papers, and I would say many of the issues that we have identified, it's things that my students learn to do it in class. Okay, they go and check the paper and see the weaknesses and the problems in the document. And something I teach my students is never take for granted any paper wherever it's published. Okay, you have to really go and have a critical review of the papers. If they were peer-reviewed, fine. Congratulations. I'm glad that it was peer-reviewed, but that doesn't mean that I will not have a critical review of that paper. And consider that in whatever I do and in my risk assessment. I say this at least in relation of some of the rodent studies. I have personally reviewed some of them, and some of them really you say, well, where is the survival analysis in this paper? How they did it? I don't see how they took into consideration censoring, things like that. Or the epidemiologic studies, the study design was never mentioned in any of the epidemiologic studies. How not all cohorts are equal, and not all epidemiologic study designs are equal. So what are the consequences of this? So that's something that I would say that critical reading of the papers is something that I didn't find explicit in the document. And this takes me to my last small comment is that the epidemiologic dimension of the assessment, I found it weak in terms of how much those dimensions were discussed, and eventually we ended up discussing it, those aspects here in the SAC, but they were not discussed enough and built enough in the document. So those are my three contributions.
All right, thank you for those comments. Please make sure that Dr. Heiger-Bernays and Dr. Fox get those. Dr. Fairbrother. Dr. Fairbrother, somehow you show us unmute, but I can't hear you. I'm not sure what's happening. Sometimes there's a mute on the Zoom and on your computer. Perhaps we can come back to you and go to Dr. Samuel.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. And thank you for those excellent summary comments for this particular section. I just have a question, which is just for the purposes of organization. I'm wondering if some of the broader comments that I provided yesterday under 4BI1 would perhaps be more appropriate here in this section about the structure of the OES development and also general application of controls. And if so, I'm happy to move those or provide those comments, Dr. Heiger-Bernays, to your section if you think that is appropriate.
That's great. Share them along, and then as we write, we can see where they best go. Especially
Okay.
if they they raise an issue that, and, you know, it was read into the record yesterday, and we can move it here. Thank you.
And we can have
Okay,
more,
thank you.
sorry, we can have more discussion about that kind of thing. And I really appreciate your comment. In our post-meeting wrap up, we can talk about some of those issues in a little more detail. But it's good to
Okay.
get them out so that we know what to be looking for.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Dr. Fairbrother, do you think you have your mic fixed? I think you're still, I still see you muted. Can you maybe put your comment in the chat and either Allie or I can read it in?
Yeah, she can probably just maybe, and also in addition, maybe logging off of Zoom and logging back in could also help. But
Oh.
in addition to putting her comment in the chat, and we'll read it into the record.
Okay. Dr. Jenkins.
Let me see if I can get myself off of mute. Can you hear me?
We can.
I was out for an hour at another meeting, but I wanted to talk about the issue of the industry funded studies and the talk about bias on those studies. We've talked a little bit about the systematic review process that occurs with all of the studies that went into this assessment. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality did an assessment of 1,3-butadiene in 2008, and we relied on the same EPI data set as this one for 1,3-butadiene. I wanted to just hear more from the panel, EPA, and maybe the ACC on the subject, and their thoughts about missing EPI data, or you know, that there's data out there that is not being incorporated into this assessment. I think this subject is important for not only this one, but for future assessments. Thank you.
So that's a really important point. Can I ask you a quick question? In the TCEQ assessment in 2008, were the data more available than EPA seems to indicate, or just the same studies?
I was not involved in that, so I'm not sure, but I think it's the same studies. But yeah.
So I see Dr. Lowett has appeared, maybe to provide some feedback on that.
Yeah, I'll comment on a couple of things. So we did receive a letter either late yesterday or this morning from the ACC stating that they think the agency misspoke about the information that they have provided. And in good faith, we're looking into that letter and seeing if maybe we missed some files that they sent, or if there's just a misunderstanding of what's in those files. So I just want to put that on the record that we recognize we got that letter and we're going to look into it in some detail. But obviously we can't do that until next week. But if there are more information that we're in possession of that we have, we'll clarify the record on that. But it doesn't change the fundamental challenge of where we are with respect to the timeline. On Dr. Jenkins' comment about the industry studies, I know there's been a lot of talk about
Dr. Lowett
industry supported studies 2 days.
So Dr. Lowett, just quick, you froze just after you talked to us about having gotten the letter from ACC and that you couldn't respond until next week. Your next point, you froze right when you started that. And you're still frozen.
Did I freeze or did you freeze?
I think you did. I think you did.
We all
Yes.
froze at EPA. We all froze at EPA, but now we're back online.
Okay, I'm going to keep my video off in case that helps for a little bit. Because I am at home and usually the connection's better. But I am using the VPN, which may be the problem. Okay, so with respect to the industry studies, there's been a lot of conversation about industry supported studies and the bias that's associated with them. And I just hope that we take a broad thought on bias and both industry and non-industry studies that there's bias throughout. Everyone has a bias, whether we like to admit it or not. And having worked in the pesticide program for over 20 years, there's bias in academic literature too. I mean, this is really the point of doing systematic review, right? That we do detailed analysis of the methods, the data, the transparency, the data, what's presented or not, et cetera. And that's the whole point of systematic review, is to look at studies objectively and in some detail. And I think we also have to just recognize that in the chemical risk assessment space, that the major funder of chemical studies is industry. And so there's really no way to do a risk assessment without industry-supported data. And I think we just need to recognize those simple facts, that the agency works very hard to look carefully at all the information we use, whether it's industry or academic or data coming from the states and coming from our own labs and our other federal partners. That's why we do systematic review. That's why we do these peer reviews. That's why we do public comment. And so we're working very hard to ensure that our assessment is thorough and objective, and all of you have a role in that. And if there are cases where we're missing something, or maybe we're not quite getting it right, it's your job and that of the public to make sure that we're course correcting. And I appreciate all of that. But I'd just like to remember there's some facts and basic fundamentals of the work that we do in this space. With respect to it's not possible to do a risk assessment without some degree of industry-supported studies. Industry is the major supporter of most guideline studies. I know UTT does some, but the vast majority of OECD guideline studies are funded by industry. And we hold those to very high standards, right? Because they follow OECD guidelines, they adhere to GLP standards. Those are the studies that we get the raw data for and are really designed for use in risk assessment. Because of the costs of those, it's rare to see an academic lab or even a state to run those studies. So I just ask the panel to think about it holistically, and where we're getting it wrong or we're not being transparent, or maybe that there's bias that we haven't picked up, call us out on that. I appreciate that. And that's your job and that of the public. But just recognize that we cannot and will not remove all the industry data out of the assessments.
Dr. Chasen.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Without appearing to be defensive for any stakeholder or anything, I'd like to just add to Dr. Lewitt's comments. I heartily agree that through my career, it's been very evident that there's possibly unintended, but nonetheless bias coming from any author or any collector of data. And it may be hard to see, and we might like to think of particular institutions as being totally pure at heart, but it is also a fact that it's tough to get, I mean, we've set up this idea of peer review and published literature as the gold standard, but it's really tough to get negative data or data showing no issue in any way published anywhere. And it's almost impossible, or would be, I think, not reasonable to try to say that you were going to publish monitoring information, et cetera, unless there is a pre-existing issue to be talked about. So the data, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have a very appropriate level of awareness and about where the data originates and whether it's complete and whether it was turned over preemptively. I think these are all very good points, but I think we really should, as she said, realize that this is an issue, or this is a posture I think that the scientists should take no matter where the data originate. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Wright?
Some years ago, we tried a sort of a quick and dirty study of industry bias in studies because we were seeing a lot of studies used in OSHA rulemaking, some in MSHA rulemaking, some in Canadian rulemaking, and what we concluded, and we had a number of PhD epidemiologists who helped us with this, was that industry bias was really expressed in two ways when it was expressed. One was in things that a good peer review would catch, like the inappropriate selection of a cohort or low statistical power. But a lot of it came by the fact that studies whose conclusions the industry didn't like never saw the light of day. A lot of researchers will not agree to withhold a study once it's started, but unfortunately some did. And so we adopted a policy, for example, when people wanted us to cooperate with the study by contacting our members, that they had to pledge that they would not withhold the data or the conclusions, no matter what they showed. And I think that may even be the same problem. So I think that studies that do make it into the record, if there is industry bias, it can be pretty much caught, or bias from anybody, just in looking at the quality of the study. The problem is what you don't see.
Thank you. Dr. Santos-Burgwald.
Yes, and thank you very much for that statement, and I concur. Yes, it's a fact. What you said is a fact. Fine, we accept that, and that's the way it is. The thing is that industry has to know that we're going to watch it. That is what you are asking for this committee to do, to critically watch what the papers have and what they have done. How we can, I think it has to be advanced, more developed, or I don't know how would you say it, the tools and methods to manage that fact of life. I always think in terms of the industry contribution to science, there is a risk. Well, how do we manage the risk of that? Some risk management issue. Through transparency. What methods of transparency? Eventually, if industry is going to invest 50 years of cohort analysis, they have to know that they will be requested to submit those 50 years of investment in data. They will have to submit it for reanalysis by an independent group. That's a way to manage that. That's fine if the industry is developing that, but there are ways to increase transparency. Being aware that things like this are happening. How come there were 30 years of gap between the first time bladder cancer was suspected to the time when bladder cancer was identified? They were sitting on that data for decades. So we have to be aware that that is going to be observed, and say, well, why did you pick some outcomes and you didn't pick the other outcomes? So that's cherry picking a little bit of that. So the declaration of conflict of interests. Systematically, all the papers identify what's the source of funding. And systematically, authors said there is no conflict of interest. I would trust more the paper if they declare in the paper how they manage their potential conflict of interest. I think that's what we expect, to have rigorous statement on how they manage their conflict of interest. So I think this is a challenge that EPA has and all the regulatory agencies have, and we have to advance on that and say how we can do it better. Because that fact, I don't think is going to change. The fact that you mentioned that industry is going to be sponsoring toxicologic data, epidemiologic data, and so on. And they might have excellent information on that. But I think that the issue is how do we manage that risk from our side when we are doing a risk assessment. It's our risk management of that potential conflict.
Okay, thank you for that comment. We're getting right up on lunch. Dr. Lloyd, do you have a question? If not, I'd like to proceed to a lunch break.
No, I don't have a question. And I'll keep my comment to myself. I just want to make sure that we're not holding industry standard data to a standard that other people don't hold themselves. That epidemiology studies in general are very untransparent. That we have lots of academic labs who don't share their epidemiology data.
Okay,
and that's been the
look,
case for decades.
we really do need to take a break. We're 40 minutes overtime at this point. So if we can let's take a lunch break and I'm asking the committee, can we do 45 minutes or do we need an hour? Let's do an hour. Let's do an hour. The timer's up. Let's take a 1 hour lunch break and we'll come back and circle back to any unanswered comments so far, excuse me, any comments that need to get on the record, and then we'll move to Dr. Fox's part of question 6.
Hello, just checking the microphone.
Hi, Anne. I just heard you say something, but I completely missed it.
It was, hello, I'm testing my microphone.
You sound great.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Glad it
welcome.
works now.
Yeah, you want to test your camera or you're good?
I think the camera seems to be fine. They just couldn't hear me earlier.
Okay, that's right. Sorry, I'm mixing my people up now. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
We're back at
Enjoy
lunch.
lunch.
See you in 35 minutes.
All right, see you then. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Right. This is George Cobb speaking. Welcome back to our afternoon session for the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals review of the draft risk evaluation for 1,3-butadiene. Very quickly, I'll look to our DFO, Ms. Ali Munir, to determine if there's any administrative matters that we need to discuss.
No, not from our end. I guess we'll go ahead and get started with the roll call.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so Dr. Apte?
Yeah.
All right, and of course, now I've got too many things on my screen. Dr. Baker?
Here.
And Dr. Chase?
Here.
And Dr. Ike?
Here.
And Dr. Fox?
Here.
Okay, Dr. Gentry?
Here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays? Dr. Jenkins?
I'm here.
Dr. Rubin?
Yes, here.
Dr. Samuel? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Wright?
I'm here.
Dr. Santos Bourgois?
Here, I am here.
Dr. Roby?
I'm here.
Dr. Johnson?
I'm
C.
here.
Mark? Yeah, okay. Dr. McKenzie?
Here.
Dr. Fairbrother?
Yes, I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me now.
We can, and that means you get to read your own comment into the record.
Okay.
Not now. Dr. Eastland.
I'm here.
And you had to leave a minute early today?
I do. I have to leave in about, well, I'm sorry, I have to
Okay.
figure out the difference. I've got several hours, but
Okay, good.
I think I have to leave by 4:30 your East Coast time.
Okay, all
roughly.
good. Dr. Hopkins?
Here.
Dr. Fenner-Crisp?
Here.
Dr. Mayer?
Yes, I'm here.
And let's see, let's go back through. Dr. Heiger Bernays?
Here. Sorry, I'm late.
Do not worry, you were
Needed a
the
nap.
last person speaking, so you get a slight reprieve. And Dr. Bean Freeman, are you here? Okay, just double check.
Dr. Merced Nieves is. Hi.
How did I miss you?
I was away during the morning, so I'm available now.
Yes, you are in yellow on my screen. Okay, that is great. So thanks everyone for returning. And my first order of business, I'd like to return to Dr. Fairbrother, who had a comment that she could not get in right before the lunch break.
Yes, thank you. This is Ann Fairbrother, and I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. Happy to be back online. So my comment is related to the environmental media concentration document. And I think that what was missing from that when I was reading it is information about the quality of the data sets that were selected, including both their usefulness, why those particular data sets, and also, of course, their shortcomings. And also why certain years were selected, particularly if the data are older data, certainly older than 2022. The discussion also should include what happens to data quality when the quantity is reduced. So, for example, the WQP surface water data set was initially examined for 1,3-butadiene information from 2011 to 2023. So why was it selected back to 2011? The Storette data go back decades, so you could have many, many more years, but it was truncated at 2011 without explanation. And on the other hand, one might want to say that the data from many decades ago would not be relevant to current exposures, but why is information from 2011 to 2020 relevant for current exposures? Additionally, we also saw that the surface water data data set was truncated to only 2012 to 2015 because that's the only years that 1,3-butadiene were measured within that time frame. So some discussion about what happens to the uncertainty when you truncate a data set like that really should be included. Thank you. That's what I had to contribute.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Heiger-Bernays, do you have?
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Fairbrother. I now have that that piece for inclusion. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Now, I think we can proceed on to the second part of our charge question 6A.
All right, is my sound coming through all right?
Yes, it is. I can't get myself unmuted now. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Subcharge question II. Please provide suggestions for improving the clarity of the information presented and the technical information's usefulness for intended users, e.g. internal and external partners and stakeholders, EPA offices, other agencies, regulatory bodies, and the public. And I think I forgot to mention that this is Keith Jacobs from EPA.
Thank you for getting that onto the record for us. And fortunately, I believe we've covered several committee member comments for this. But let's have Dr. Fox lead our discussion.
Yes, hi, Mary Fox here. And Wendy and I working together made an attempt to reduce overlap. I'm not sure I held up my end of the bargain. So for purposes of completeness of the record, I may repeat some things, and I apologize, but you know,
understand.
If I have them in, then
Go for it.
Not,
Go for it.
I guess.
Better to have it.
Okay. So let me see. All right, so starting with some general comments. A different approach to organizing or presenting the set of documents would be better, or would be, yeah. Perhaps it would be possible to take the draft risk evaluation document map, which is in figure 2-6, and make that interactive. So users could click on the map figure to go to a document. You know, this is getting at the difficulty of navigating the webs, not necessarily the docket, but EPA's website, where there's just, you know, one long list of the linked documents. So this gets at it sort of a relational presentation. Tighten up the language and word use in order to provide the reader with accurate, efficient roadmap through the documents. And that offers readers justification for the steps of the process. Some examples are provided below. First, replace no risk determinations with other qualifying statements such as insignificant or remote probability for adverse health effects. The documents need a comprehensive discussion of uncertainty, use an exposure and effect estimation in the risk assessment, show where assumptions are used and the approximate magnitude of the assumptions where possible, provide a discussion of how the assumptions add uncertainty to the final risk estimates before concluding unacceptable risk. Often tables can be used to collect and present this information where semi-quantitative decisions can be made with regard to the direction and magnitude of uncertainty, and use symbols like plus signs or minus signs, or other types of summary presentations. Some document specific comments. So for the draft physical chemistry and fate assessment for 1,3-butadiene, the summary is very helpful. providing the physical characteristics, primary forms in the environment, secondary products. The diagrams, figure 1, and others are helpful visualizing the major points. Basing fate estimates on modeling results is important, and perhaps also state this in the summary. Add a sentence on the criteria for data quality rating so the reader is is aware of the thorough review. Figure 1-1 is excellent. Section 5.2.1 provides helpful compilation of information based on the data from studies, as does Section 6. Draft environmental media concentrations for 1,3-butadiene. This report does a nice compilation of the information from the draft physical chemistry and fate assessment with more detail about the databases and scientific literature. Use of the figures and information from the draft physical chemistry and fate assessment is helpful to the audience. Perhaps pages associated with the hot links to other reports would enable ease in going to specific sections referenced. It is important to point out that the source of the data, and that in this case, much of the information came from Texas. However, the indoor air data for Boston showed substantial levels of 1,3-butadiene. Figure 3-2 is valuable in visualizing the meaning of these and other data, and therefore helpful to the audience. The integrated summary in each section is excellent. Draft general population exposures for 1,3-butadiene. Models attempt to encompass the potential distance from sources. Draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment. The summary is informative and brings in sources from varied types of manufacturing. Occupational exposures and release to the environment are clearly summarized, including an explanation of uncertainties. The life cycle diagram is useful, especially to show the various sources for release of 1,3-butadiene. There are detailed descriptions of the steps taken and rationale for each to develop inhalation exposures for workers. Section 6 clearly presents the key points and is useful, especially pointing out the use of Monte Carlo modeling and sources of uncertainties. The draft human health hazard assessment is very comprehensive and complex, and this makes a reference back to some comments from charge question 1. Additional comments about the draft human health hazard assessment. Suggestions offered here are limited to Chapter 4 and Section 5.3 of Chapter 5 of the draft human health hazard assessment. Section 4.1.1.3, mechanistic evidence and mode of action analysis. So some comments were submitted in response to charge question 5BI about commenting on the proposed mode of action for ovarian atrophy observed in mice, provide a very detailed critique of presentation of the mode of action analysis. Okay, and so we should refer back to those prior comments. Section 4.1.2, critical non-hazard outcomes. The contents of this section are critical for determining which endpoints are key to defining the chemical's hazard profile and which data sets might be useful for dose response analysis and hazard characterization. The challenge posed by this section is drafted to do that is the uneven level of detail devoted to each of the references cited. While the section, supplemented by Appendix A, provides sufficient information for some studies, they do not systematically fill in the information gaps for others. And using the HERO hyperlink does not always reach a more detailed description. A comparative analysis follows. These examples come from section 4.1.2.1.2, laboratory animal evidence, within section 4.1.2.1, exposure during gestation, developmental and maternal toxicity. But the critique applies to subsequent sections addressing other non-cancer hazards. And here is an example. 2 paragraphs provide details on the Battelle PNL 1987B study, and this achieves the right balance between sufficient and succinct. An inadequate example. So the two paragraphs that follow, covering 3 rat studies, Hazelton Labs 1981, Battelle P&L 1987A, and Will Research 2003, fall short of sufficient. They deserve the same level of detailed discussion as the Battelle P&L 1987B mouse study. Right now, one gets the impression that the agency is predetermined that these have little value as candidates for hazard characterization, prematurely dismissing them. So it's recommended to update, revise that discussion so that all cited studies have the same level of sufficiency and completeness as the Battelle P&L 1987B study. Then there's some comments about studies claiming confidential business information. So a solution here is for the agency to prepare detailed reviews of these studies and summarize them more fully in the human health hazard assessment. This will not compromise the CBI claim if the agency has agreed to that claim in the first place. And the studies that the 2 BBRA studies have already been resolved as the BBRA investigators themselves published the results in the peer-reviewed literature, and the reference here is Anderson, 1996 and 1998. As for the other 2 studies, each contributes significantly to the understanding of maternal and developmental toxicity in rats and warrant more discussion. The OECD harmonized formats originally developed to assist in the standardization of information presented in the REACH Euclid database lend themselves for this purpose well. For the details on their use in the assessment of chemicals and access to all of the human health and environment related templates can be found, and we have a link to that reference. The recommendation: agencies should prepare detailed reviews of these 2 studies and other CBI studies, presumably, and present them more fully in the assessment reports. So these next comments relate to difficulties accessing documents. So examples of incomplete and unsatisfying results are for getting to the ATSDR 2012. The page was not found or temporarily unavailable. Chi et al. 2002. Clicking on this link in the text gets to a ProQuest request form and not the paper. Click on the DOI and the references gets to the article, but not full access to it if the reader has no institutional access privileges. Technical reports submitted by industry sponsor. So the Hazelton Labs 1981A HERO record contains a brief abstract, but no access to the full report. Another version, Hazelton 1982, leads only to listing in the National Technical Information Service, National Technical Reports Library. Will Research 2003, the HERO entry contains a sparse abstract of little use. The HERO URL gets one only to an undated cover letter uploaded to regulations.gov in an earlier 1,3-butadiene docket. So recommendation here: OPPT, in collaboration with the Office of Research and Development, which manages HERO, should perform a quality control check to assure that the use of HERO hyperlinks lead to information useful in the risk assessment process. And here's a comment about the audiences and users of these documents. In general, these documents are written for the technical audience, including industry stakeholders, scientists, and risk assessors at EPA and other agencies. It is doubtful that members of the general public or regulatory decision makers would read the technical support documents. ideally each user group, and this is my comment, and so maybe I'm wrong about that. But the main point is that if you really want to serve a particular audience, right, you should ask that user group what they want to know. So each user group should be asked about their information needs, and then you can craft and develop documents that meet the specific needs of each audience. Some refinements to, it's a general comment about refinements to the technical support documents. Each TSD summary should indicate how that TSD informs or fits into the risk evaluation overall. Okay, and now we have some recommendations. So I think this one was already covered, having a relational way to present and store the documents on EPA's website, perhaps using the document map. A non-technical public summary, the non-technical public summary of the risk evaluation should include a description of the whole risk evaluation development process, including internal and external reviews. And this would be a brief summary. And it's important because these evaluations represent a substantial commitment and time and expertise of the agency and stakeholders. And describing the process at least gives some indication of that. So we've talked previously about the consistent use of terms, or rather that we need a more consistent use of terms. So the recommendation is to develop a technical dictionary where commonly used terms like assess, review, evaluate, and so on are mapped to specific tasks and methods. And these terms should be used consistently within the technical support documents and other documents. Specifically for the current set of documents, ideally, these would be word searched for these words, assess, assessment, assessed, etc. And their use within the document sort of considered and made sure that it is appropriately aligned with whatever's being discussed sort of in that section. And this consistency is important for just for basic understanding, right, of what was done and what it means. It serves the interests of transparency and the overall scientific integrity of the documents. As we discussed in the meeting the other day, there was a recommendation for the risk evaluation to have a problem formulation. And this should be comprehensively aligned with the requirements of what TSCA is supposed to do, right? What is in and what is out of the assessment? How does the risk evaluation consider the breakdown products of 1,3-butadiene, aggregate exposures, potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulation, and cumulative exposures to other non-chemical stressors? The vision of the continuum from manufacturing to disposal seems very spotty. There are gaps in fully understanding exposure opportunities along the continuum of manufacturing of the chemical, use in other manufacturing, processing, repackaging, distribution, transportation, etc. Committee is concerned that the technical support documents and the assessment overall do not address all of these relevant venues that are covered under the responsibility and authority of the law. So fully accounting for these has both worker and community relevance. Other gaps noted are the absence of fracking, disposal, public spaces. And so we recommend a more comprehensive and broader vision of kind of the manufacturing to end use and all the potential exposure opportunities in between. Recommend a summary of summaries document be prepared for the technical support documents. So each technical support document has a summary page or an executive summary, but those summaries could be compiled, right? So there's at least one place where all the key points of all the technical support documents can be together. And this would reduce the need to hunt around for the separate technical support documents for some users. Okay, so I think some of these have been, some of these have been read in. Okay, and so because the risk characterization handbook was referenced in the question, one of the panel members took a look at the risk characterization handbook, and there are some comments about that here. Because that's sort of outside our main charge within the documents for the risk evaluation. I mean, I won't read it out, but we'll have it included here in our written comments and to, for the agency's reference. And that's it.
Right. Thank you for those comments and starting our discussion at that point. So now we can go to our associate discussant, Dr. Fenner-Chris.
I'll start with reiterating a recommendation that you wanted me to save till now with respect to the CBI stuff. As you might expect, I was the one that wrote that one. I would add another recommendation that would be the first recommendation before the second one is implemented. And it would be simply to go to, if you want the whole study, go to the sponsor and ask them if they're willing to take the CBI claim off and release the full study report, as was done for the whole package for pigment violet 29. If they say yes, there's the answer to your, there's an easy fix, and that gets plugged into the HeroNet system. If they say no, then go to recommendation number 2. On the issue of problem formulation, we haven't had to use it, nor has it been referred to, but every risk evaluation is preceded by another document, the scope, which is done and published probably a couple of years before the risk evaluation sees the light of day. And the scope document does provide the opportunity to express the problem formulation, because in crafting the scope of the risk evaluation, you have to have a problem formulation to say, here's what we're going to do and why we want to do it. So it might be simple enough just to, at the beginning of a risk evaluation, make reference to the scope, saying that's where you'll find all the decision logic for doing what we're doing.
Thank you. Are there comments from other committee members? Dr. Fairbrother.
Yes, thank you. This is Ann Fairbrother. Thumbs up to Dr. Fenner-Crisp about the scope document and the need for including that kind of information in a problem formulation. I would suggest that at least some of that is actually put into the risk document, not just a reference back to the scoping document, because a reader needs to be able to just quickly read through that one risk document without having to necessarily comb through and find the prior document. And I think just laying out the scope of the assessment, as you said, Dr. Fenner-Chris, what's in and what's out will really help to set the sideboards of this, and may get to some of the concerns that the committee has about some of the things that have seemingly been left out. I also second the comments about needing to aggregate all of the uncertainty together. And generally, we do find in a risk assessment, when you're in the risk characterization section, to have a subsection titled uncertainties. And that would be an addition to the risk document to, again, pull all of those uncertainties together out of the technical support documents. Lastly, I would caution about relying only on hyperlinks to help people navigate through this, because we all know that hyperlinks are easily broken. I think we've seen in the last couple months a lot of government websites where hyperlinks no longer get you to where you used to be able to go. So while I do encourage the use of hyperlinks, you should also have written in the documents the sort of the map and directions of where you can find the particular information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fairbrother, and please make sure Dr. Fox has those comments. Dr. Hop.
Yes, I think I'm following up on that same concept of uncertainty when the recommendations were read, which were amazing and I think very thorough. Just, the description of this uncertainty table, I really appreciated, but I think I just wanted to clarify that type of table would be also used in say the environmental media section, and I think brought together so we can understand the full degree of uncertainty when we're looking at the final answer about what were the I guess the weaker points or the stronger points of the analysis. And sort of similar to that, I don't know if it's exactly parallel with it, is, or at least it's adjacent, is limitations. Because as I've been listening through these days, you have thoroughly, discussed many limitations, including lack of availability of data, lack of studies that can support this type of analysis, and what's needed. And I just don't know that that's in the scope. I'm sure Dr. Cobb, you're going to tell me, but it feels like a super important outcome of this kind of work with this expert panel.
Yes, and Dr. Hopkins, I get myself in trouble by going exactly the direction you're going and being told I can't, but that your comments are well taken. And yes, your comments are well taken. Dr. Chasen.
Thank you. I think this is more of a question. I didn't follow the logic in terms of discussion from maybe Dr. Fenn or Chris can fill in the blanks here. If there was a scope that was say 2 years old and we read it at the beginning of the risk assessment, that doesn't, in my mind, change anything, because it doesn't make the omissions suddenly appear, and it doesn't include things that we're talking about here. So I don't, maybe somebody could fill in. I don't understand how having something written 2 years ago that was used to set up what we're reviewing changes any of our comments. And second, or part of that is, if these are put out in advance, maybe is the SAC going to, would you advise we review those? Because that's the place that many of the issues we've discussed today might have been surfaced and done. By the time we see the risk assessment, it's too late sometimes to do the things we're suggesting. So maybe I don't understand that correctly, but that's a little confusing.
Dr. Fenn or Chris, do you have a response for Dr. Fox?
I was just going to try to raise my hand to respond to that. The scoping document isn't meant to be a detailed discussion of the substance of the chemical like the risk evaluation is. It's designed primarily to articulate at the time this chemical is going into the system for existing chemical review. Scope primarily is how many conditions of use exist under TSCA? How many of those are we gonna focus on as we go through the risk evaluation, risk management thing at the front end? Obviously, some of these things could change as information is acquired. It's kind of, among other things, as a trigger to the regulated community to understand, oh yeah, they might want information on this or that and the other thing. And there'll be a brief overview of what the agency already knows about the toxicity profile and what they already know about the exposure profiles, but not in great detail. So it wouldn't get into the kind of stuff I sense Dr. Chasen is referring to to the depth that we've been going through this week.
Could I ask Dr. Fendercrest, wouldn't that be a valuable roadmap, on the other hand, to point out some of the omissions? For example, a lot of these exposure scenarios that aren't included, or other kinds of assessments that don't appear to be on the horizon. I mean, and the other thing was, maybe the scoping, I don't know where these go. I assume they're published somewhere, but it might be a useful way to invite information from other groups who, like we saw the information coming in from Texas and things
Well,
like
they
that.
are in fact on the chemicals webpage. When you talk, when you see all the documents that we were looking at are out usually at the bottom of the page. In the text in the middle of that page, it talks about the scope document. That scope document has been put out for public comment as well, and it is a vehicle for soliciting information on missing areas that the agency wants to know more about so they can do better risk evaluations and make better risk management decisions. So that is an opportunity for the agency to invite the regulated community and others to provide information to fill data gaps. It obviously isn't a formal regulatory demand because it's not a test order, but it isn't, they're offering, particularly asking for exposure stuff in the work setting in some of these other COU scenarios. So it's easily accessible. It's in the docket, the big docket, although it wasn't in this. We didn't get it in our package of stuff, but it's easily accessible on the web page for the chemical.
Okay. Dr. Hopkins, thank you for those comments. Maybe that hand was not intended to be up. Dr. Rubin.
Yes, Dr. Rubin, just adding my agreement to add a scoping document and interactive schematics, live links, and clear graphical depictions of assessment outcomes along the continuum of exposure and interrelationships with other assessment outcomes with relevant chemicals considering cumulative exposure, and graphical depictions including aggregate exposure.
Yes.
And also, Dr. Cobb, I also had comments on question 5D, and I wonder if I can add them in now.
Let's try to get through this question, and then we're going to circle back for any additional adds after we get through with this question, please.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Dr. Santos-Bourgois.
Yes, briefly, thank you very much, Dr. Fenner, Crisp, for the explanation on the scoping document. I checked the scoping document before I got into the reading and everything, and for me, again, being the first time on this advisory committee, it didn't clarify me if community, no, sorry, if aggregate or exposures were considered or not into the. It's not clear in the scoping document, neither the cumulative exposures. So that is why I think it was not completely clear its use for our thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that comment. And please make sure Dr. Fox gets those comments. Other comments from the committee? Dr. Fenner-Christ.
Just want to respond to his comment. The scope document isn't meant to be that explicit about the details of the next phase, which is this phase. It's primarily designed to just give the public an overview of what we know now and what we'd like to know, and teeing it up to do a risk evaluation. They're not going to get into the details of policy decisions and practices on aggregate, cumulative, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully Dr. Lowett is still on there and she can correct anything I've been spouting about.
Okay. Thank you. Other comments from the committee? So George Cobb here. I actually have a couple. And the first one is to echo the confidential business information dialogue that the agency and this committee can view that type of information confidentially and not disclose. And those types of things really, in my estimation, that should not be a reason to exclude data, and that should be required, even if it means EPA has to do a data call in for that, but we can maintain confidentiality for those kinds of data. That's number one. The other point I'd like to make, I enter with a little bit of trepidation because I was one of the voices that said the enormous documents that we got before, that was one giant tome, should be broken into parts so that they could be more easily reviewed. So, and the agency has done that. EPA has done exactly that. My comment about this whole process is I think maybe the document has been sliced and diced in too small of pieces. And I don't, that may just be my perception. And it may just be the way that the documents are accessible in SharePoint, but it's difficult to do reviews when you need to get information from multiple documents. You need to look at multiple documents at the same time to look at the coherence across those documents. Having so many of them makes that difficult. Now, and I'm going to be totally honest, having the single gigantic document made it perhaps worse, but that's my comment, and I will say with some trepidation on my part after being one of the folks that was encouraging EPA to break the document into a few smaller parts. Okay, other comments? Okay, we'll turn it back to EPA for clarifying comments, clarifying questions, and maybe an answer to the comment about the scoping document and the problem formulation.
Hello, this is Keith Jacobs, EPA. We wanted to ask for a clarification or some specifics on what CBI information the committee was unable to get. To clarify, all studies should have been made available. We have a separate link for the panel that provides the downloadable documents to all studies. And some of the specific studies that were mentioned, the Will research, the IH data, both of which were submitted by ACC, were provided by them to the original butadiene docket, and we have provided to the committee through the HeroNet SharePoint links. So it's unclear exactly what CBI or unavailable information has been an issue. So please clarify that. And we can always make sure in the future, if anything is unavailable, that we can provide it if there's just by accident a dead link or something wasn't attached.
Well, I've been thrown out of HeroNet 2 or 3 times during the course of this thing, and maybe I'd been thrown out at the time I was assembling this comment.
So this is George Kopp here. I'll say that several documents I could not access by HeroNet. I can't speak to whether those were studies by industry groups or not. But there were some comments early on. I don't remember by which discussant about certain documents being unavailable when they tried to access them. Dr. Eastman.
I was just say I had similar problems with HeroNet. First of all, I had to go through 3 different levels of 2-factor authentication to find out I wasn't eligible. And then I had to get special permission. And then I finally got access to it, and the papers I looked for, the reference was wrong, the article wasn't there, etc. So I have access through my university to many of these, so I pretty much fell back on the university resources.
Dr. Johnson.
There we go. Yeah, I had the same problem. If we're all taking votes here, there's a couple things I couldn't access. I don't know why. Sometimes if I played around with it a little bit, I was able to get through to it and find it. Clicking the link at the very bottom. Sometimes within all of a sudden the button for download would show up at the top. So I didn't keep records of which publications I could get and which ones I couldn't, but some were actually EPA publications I couldn't download.
Yeah. I see Dr. Eisenreich has her video on, so maybe she would like to respond.
Yes, thank you. This is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. So one of the things that y'all can do in the future is if you run into some of these linking issues and unable to access something that you should have access to, you can always reach out to our DFO to get that information and work through the DFO with us to make sure that you have access. There can be hiccups in our systems that we just aren't aware of, or might have a bad link that we are unaware of, but regardless, we can get those solved if you reach out to the DFO, just for future reference. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, is your hand still raised or intentionally?
Yeah, just quickly to Karen. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I tell you, the folks from HeroNet are fantastic. Once I actually talked to somebody, Allie helped me through that. They were great. But then I still had trouble later on. So maybe all we need is just a group training session to work with, or if that's doable. I don't know. Just a suggestion.
Thanks, Mark. Dr. Santos Barboa.
Yes, I just want to reiterate, Ali was very helpful whenever I had a problem in accessing information. So I did that, and it was very helpful. I don't know if that's her main thing to do, but she did it very well.
Thank you for that comment. And specifically to the EPA question about where confidential business information was unavailable. This is George Kopp speaking. I'm going to read out of the executive summary for this draft risk evaluation on line 292, actually starting on 291. It reads, EPA describes production volumes as a range to protect confidential business information. And that range turns out to be 1 to 5, I believe it was billion pounds per year. So and I just did the quick search so I could get that on the record. So there are instances in this document where information that really could be aggregated in a way that it doesn't harm anyone has been claimed as confidential business information, and it leaves us with a half an order of magnitude of production volume in the U.S. as a question, which perhaps not in this particular evaluation, but in many others does cascade into significant portions of the risk evaluation. Dr. Finnercrest.
I'm just going to say that data type is almost always claimed CBI and remains so. It's same is true in the pesticide program. EPA can't say pesticide X is produced at 1,000 blah 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 pounds per year. They also have to have a range, and in fact they'll have to access a database that's held quite confidentially. But in theory, health and safety data cannot be claimed as CBI. Now, that's been controversial for many years and perhaps still not settled in all circumstances, but that's in theory the case.
That doesn't allow adequate risk assessment. So other comments? Okay, if we can perhaps circle back to EPA for clarifying questions. And clarifying questions about this last discussion, we're going to get to some of the other questions that we were supposed to be trying to answer for the EPA before we get off today. So.
Sheila Huey from EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions or comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
You're on mute, George.
Thank you. I'd like to move into a dialogue now about some of the questions that EPA had posed to us for some additional clarity. And
Dr. Rubin had something to she had some comments on the mutagenic mode of action.
Oh, that's right. So yes, we can go to Dr. Rubin.
Thank you. Do you want to wait until you're asking for general comments, Dr. Cobb?
No, we can do that now.
Okay,
we can certainly do that now.
It's quick. I just wanted to be able to add to the record comments on charge question 5D and on the placental membrane. And that it's most health protective to consider the placental membrane semi-permeable to most small molecules. It's not, we don't tend to think of it as necessarily protective of exposure to most compounds, especially epoxides, which are quite small. It tends to be less permeable to large proteins and antibodies, compounds like that. So I'll just add my comments there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Since we're at this point in the dialogue, are there any other comments from the committee to circle back to other questions? Okay, maybe now we can proceed into answering some of the questions that EPA has asked. And the first two may be, or there are two that may be tied somewhat together. And it's the ovarian atrophy as an endpoint and fetal body weight as an endpoint. And maybe Dr. Roby was in charge of the ovarian atrophy one, and perhaps that cascades into the fetal body weight portion as well. I'm not an expert in either of these categories, so if you or Dr. Ike or Dr. Gentry can help work us through these.
Sure, I'll get it started. This is Dr. Roby. So within the discussants, at least in regard to the ovarian atrophy, I would say that there was agreement with the agency that agreement with the agency in ruling out the use of ovarian atrophy to quantitatively measure risk. And I would say that that conclusion really was the basis of accumulated uncertainty. And kind of in no specific order here, the uncertainty arises from one, that there's no human evidence to tie in with rodent evidence. There's also, I would say, very well established differences in the metabolism in mouse versus rat and human. So the epoxide production in human is pretty uncertain, yeah, so that's the toxicokinetic part. There's also some evidence that the toxicodynamics is more sensitive in the mouse. So I think that when thinking about the ovarian atrophy, it's kind of an accumulation of these uncertainties that lead to significant uncertainty.
Okay. And that seems to be what I picked up in the conversation from the discussants. Seemed like there were maybe some others that had somewhat different opinions. Maybe that got resolved yesterday and I just didn't pick it up. So are there comments from others in that discussion group or in the committee about that that perspective of agreeing with EPA to exclude the ovarian atrophy? Well, maybe you resolve that one for us very quickly, and that's great. That's one of these out of the way. And on the fetal body weight, do you have perspectives on that, or Dr. Ike?
I can add to that one. This is Dr. Ike. I would say that I have reviewed our comments here, and I would say that we think that we just need to better justify the use of fetal body weight and why there was not inclusion of the biochemical changes or cellular level effects.
Okay. So in essence, proceed, but with clear explanation?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And better that we also felt like a lot of the justification for fetal body weight was in Appendix B, and it wasn't immediately obvious if that provided all of the relevant information. So we also felt like that should have been included in the main text. And I see Dr. Gentry has her hand raised as well, so maybe she wanted to add there.
Well,
Yes,
I just wanted to add that I think part of the issue, it wasn't necessarily what was focused on, but at the screening level and what endpoints were included. There were comments, and the other lead discussants, please jump in, but that some of the endpoints that might have been considered when they got to the quantitative step may have been excluded as part of the screening process. And I think this was like the biochemical precursor type of event that may not have been considered at the higher level before we got to actually modeling endpoints.
Yeah, understood. And I hope we can capture all of that in the written response. Dr. McKenzie.
Yeah, so I was just going to concur with that. It was more, what was considered in the first place. So in that protocol that was written of what was going to be included were these types of studies included. And to clarify that. And
Right.
if they weren't, why were they not?
Yes, excellent. Dr. Chason.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point that even if we decide, if the committee decides collectively that, okay, that won't become an endpoint unto itself that would be used in the risk assessment, I would still encourage the agency to go through the kind of patterned explanation on the charts like we laid out, because I think that kind of transparency shows the reader where the chain from, cause effect breaks, or it was still circumspect or whatever. So I think it would be a clarifying point, which is very different from saying there's no evidence of such and such. But here you have an evidence trail that just sort of dissipates when it doesn't make it all the way to a causative declaration. And so I think that's even more reason to include it in the kind of pattern that we discussed earlier, so that when the issue is raised, because the information is in the literature, people can understand why EPA made the decision, at least at the time, that it's not to be included. It also provides an opportunity later on for when additional information becomes available, if that happens, for them to, if you will, just amend the path and add it in so that it's reflective of the new information.
Okay. So, and just so you know, Dr. Chason, I could hear you, but towards the end, just barely. So if you have additional comments, maybe speak up a bit. All right, Dr. Gentry.
I was just going to add too that, part of our discussion around this may be just a lack of clarity in the documentation, that there may have been things considered that when we look at the current documentation, we can't tell. So it may not be revisiting some of these. It may be they were considered, and the endpoints they ended up with through the screening, I think their initial pass was like a no AL, low AL. So they're showing they were focusing on the ones that seem to be the most sensitive. And again, I think we talked about, if we're getting into things that are precursors, precursor events like biochemical changes, things like that, we've got to make sure we've got a clear mode of action for that to establish they are key events.
Very good. Okay, very quickly, are there other comments from the committee? I'd like to circle back to EPA. We've gotten two of these answered, I think, as best we can. Do you have further clarifying questions about these 2 points from EPA?
No, thank you. Very good. Thank you for that further clarification.
Okay, we have 2 more to try to get through, so let's see how we do. Dr. Rubin or Dr. Apte, does either one of you want to take on your parts? One is the 0 to 20 or more year lag time, and the other is how to deal with the 2 EPI studies. I see Dr. Apte.
Yeah, so I don't think we had any major disagreement about 0 to 20 years for the bladder cancer specifically. So all 3 reviewers agreed on the fact that 0 year lag time is not appropriate, and we recommended 20. And so that's in the comments now. So that was resolved, I think.
Okay, and then maybe it was my misunderstanding. The 0 year dialogue or 1 year dialogue was about leukemia then?
That was probably for leukemia.
Okay, then that's probably my error in wasting our time here. So thank you for that. All right, so here's the one that we may not be able to resolve, but maybe we will. Dr. Rubin, would you care to lead us in our discussion about the measured versus modeled atmospheric exposure data and the two EPI studies?
Yes, certainly. So we heard from EPA a question about which to use, considering that the older publication has only men and a shorter follow-up, but does have the monitored data versus the newer, which includes females and is it is modeled. So my sense was that most comments that I was hearing, there were, I think, a number of commenters that mentioned prioritizing the monitored data over the modeled. And in this case, that would tend to be my recommendation. But I would like to open it up for discussion if there are any other comments.
Surely.
Yes, Dr. Fox.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, so I think the committee needs a little bit more time to deliberate on this choice. And Dr. Santos-Bergoa sent sort of, we read the general concerns into into the record for 5F 3 and 4, right? And overnight he has provided some additional detail that sort of that sort of really brings the questions out more clearly. And I think within our discussant groups and the committee as a whole, we probably all need to look at those before we can really clearly direct. I mean, similar to what some of the previous comments around the endpoints were, I mean, what the differences are between the measured and the modeled, and we got some of that information today. The studies with the measures still were only men and less follow-up, right? And things like that, and only leukemia. And now that we have the updated, they're using modeled exposure. We have leukemia and bladder cancer. So, there are a number of choices and yeah, my feeling, and please, Dr. Santos-Bergoa, if you'd like to weigh in, I think we need more time.
Absolutely.
So, and what I've heard there is there's rationale for both, potentially rationale for, well, there's rationale for both proceeding in either way, and it's kind of difficult to say at this juncture where that falls out. Is that right? Is that fair?
Yes, we have a couple others.
Yeah, Dr. Mayer.
Yeah, I really appreciate the complication. I have not went back and read those studies. It wasn't part of my charge question, but I really liked a comment Dr. Cobb made about, I think there's two aspects to it, the deeper review of these, and then see, is there a way to leverage the value of both in some manner, or at least evaluate and make it very clear why there's potential discrepancies on the exposure estimation, and make that very clear so the implications of the choice are clear. But I would encourage either if this group do it or EPA go back and have the charge to make sure that they have, made it clear that where there's alignment and not alignment. Thank you.
Dr. Hager-Bernays.
Yeah, I too support digging a little bit deeper, and Dr. Mayer's recommendation perhaps of the agency doing this is an interesting sort of way around this committee. But I think the committee could I'd be really interested in digging a little bit deeper and really seeing what are the limitations and what are the sort of where do we land by using one versus the other. And if, I mean, you probably should set a priori criteria, but sort of what are you really, really missing if you use one versus the other? And how does that impact in the final, sort of the final analysis? And I think that's a really important question because we will miss half the population. We will, but we always want, I mean, I think maybe the other question is a closer look, if possible, at the differences during that sort of that time of the model, of the measured versus the modeled. And anyway, yeah, I would appreciate a further look into this, and then perhaps the committee could come up with a recommendation to the agency, but that a clearer explanation and either gaps or uncertainties and predictions, I think would be very helpful.
Thank you. Dr. Santos-Barua?
Yes, thank you very much. And I would support what Mary Fox suggested to have more time to deliberate and maybe EPA to consider the points that we have. I did include this some detail, not too much detail, but some detail that can inform whatever decision is taken. I think that the bias that we are having is a bias towards the null. So it will basically saying that the risk is not is less big than what it should be. I think there is no question that there is a risk from butadiene, but it is the magnitude of the risk that is being affected. Following your suggestion, George, an EPA's request is thinking about short-term, medium-term, and long-term possible actions. So I also included that with what I sent to you and Mary Fox.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Rubin, I just shared that with you. I did not pick up that you didn't get that document this morning. I apologize.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Fairbrother.
Yeah, thank you. This isn't my area of expertise, so I didn't really dive into it. But listening to the discussion, it seems to be that the question is the model sufficiently accurate that we can rely on it to give us appropriate exposure information? Because from what I've been hearing in the conversation, the effects information in terms of looking at the cancer incidence and outcomes doesn't seem to be in question. But what the question is whether the exposure information is sufficiently accurate to use. So all models are useful, but none of them are 100% accurate. And what would be really helpful is somebody kind of looked at the model. Was the model constructed correctly? And then, of course, what really influences it is, do you believe the inputs to the model? And what's the variability in those inputs? So again, can you do more of a stochastic approach using probabilities instead of deterministic inputs to the model? Would that give you some more information in terms of the uncertainties or the ranges of possible exposures that the model is predicting? So, unless somebody has really done that in-depth analysis of the model, I don't know how you can really resolve this question from a truly technical scientific standpoint. Thank you.
Great comment. Thank you. Dr. Santos.
No, just to say you are 100% correct. It's not the problem with the model, it's a problem with the inputs. So that is what has to be, that's what has to be addressed.
Right. Mr. Wright.
Yeah, this is certainly not my area of expertise either, but it's come up in previous discussions. I even remember one of the ad hoc members of the panel for 1,4-dioxane suggesting that we could actually replace a lot of sampling with Monte Carlo analysis. So it'd be good to get some clarity on this. My question is, how exactly does that deliberation take place without violating the FACA rules? Does proposed language or views get circulated to all of us, but individually, and we comment on it, or how exactly is it done?
That's the tricky part. Once we adjourn here, we're not supposed to deliberate as a committee any longer. There's some quorum things that we can avoid and have small groups have discussions, and I think maybe after the meeting is over, we can huddle up and break up into maybe 2 or 3 writing groups where we don't violate things and make sure that we've got coherence in our document.
Okay. Thank you.
Just want to state, this is Tamu Gibson, just want to state that is correct with what the chair has stated.
Thank you. It's always good to have the people that actually know what they're talking about verify that I'm
Okay.
not stepping off the ledge here. Dr. Gentry.
I just wanted to add to consideration while we're talking about this, because I think we have to be careful. We're suggesting things that may require like a reanalysis of the data, and I don't think EPA has access to that. I think that was part of the issue, that they were relying strictly on what was provided in the publications. And so if we can do some kind of comparison between the modeling results and the monitored results there to see if it makes a difference. But when we're talking about additional analyses and Monte Carlo analyses and things like that, I don't think EPA has the data to do that. And I thought they had told us that they would have to pick one study or the other. So if I'm wrong, hopefully EPA will correct my comment.
I think you're correct that they've said that they'd have to choose one over the other. Even if they had access to the data right this instant, it's too heavy a lift to get it done in the time frame that they're under by court order. That's my understanding. Oh, and this is George Kopp speaking, by the way. But your point is well taken, and perhaps the committee can, if we can't say study A or study B, or 7 say study A and 10 say study B, whatever it is, we can provide some factors to make sure that EPA points out those factors in the decision-making tree, the decision tree. Perhaps that's the closest we can come. I'm not 100% sure. Dr. Fox.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Cobb. Yeah, this is Mary Fox. So I think that's right. I mean, I think we need to clearly lay out the options, and understanding that complete reanalysis is not possible. And so, yeah. And I think that, having a couple of writing groups, being able to draft something together appropriately as under our rules as a committee, we can get there. And I think as soon as we get there, we can, the agency will be able to see that we have gotten there. You know what I mean? I totally appreciate the need for getting the information to them as soon as possible.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for everybody's comments on this. And so one big takeaway is that, for the record, that we would like, and I'll put this in the comments, is the EPA should analyze and describe the limitations, the relative confidence in both approaches, differences in data sets and tables, model construction, quality of inputs, and that would be very helpful in this process. And then we can deliberate as a smaller group to add further clarification. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Rubin, for leading that discussion. This is one of the critical points for EPA, and as much guidance as we can give them as possible at this point is helpful. So now I'd like to circle back to EPA and see if you have any clarifications on that dialogue.
This is Sheila Huey from EPA. We'd like to thank the committee for this further discussion. It does help us clarify we can characterize the data better for the exposure estimates modeled and measured. And yes, no further comments or questions for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, we are perhaps at the end, but maybe not at the end of our meeting. I want to have one final circle back to see if there are further comments from the committee related to any items that you may have not been able to get onto the record so far. And if there are, can hear them now. If not, we'll be adjourned. Dr. Chasen.
We've sort of discussed this. I just wanted to put it on the record quickly. The committee is going to collectively address issues raised in the multiple charge questions. Sometimes were mentioned briefly, sprinkled around, but need discussion and references coalesce. So for EPA, and those issues include, for example, aggregate assessment, probabilistic exposure, utilization of distributions, and the need for additional exposure opportunity attention, just to try to pick up the different pieces, and then we'll put a coherent response back to the agency.
Great. Thank you for that comment, Dr. Chason. Mr. Wright.
Yes, I actually have two, but one of them may not be necessary. And given that it's been a long week and I want to get this right, I'm going to read them. The first is the issue of accounting for personal protection equipment in risk evaluations has come up in the past, usually with regard to respirator use. We saw a hint of that in ACC's presentation this week. The SAC has discussed this issue in detail in past risk evaluations. I certainly don't want to repeat those discussions here, but by referring to them now and getting the issue in the record, I want to make it sure. I would like to make sure that the SAC has the opportunity to address the issue in the final report if that becomes useful.
I think that's an important point, and the committee has spoken clearly to that topic and the need to exclude PPE as a consideration in the risk assessment portion, and that is a risk mitigation process or risk, more of a policy decision. So was there another point, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, there was. This is actually about the allocation of time for public comments. Some of us were disturbed by the fact that ACC had 45 minutes for its public comments, while other commenters were restricted to 5. In fact, ACC had even more time since many of those other commentators spoke on behalf of ACC. Now, I've got no problem with the ACC having all that time. They're an important stakeholder, and the presentations were interesting and useful. I was actually sorry when one of them when the long presentation had to be cut off. But my problem is that other participants weren't afforded the same opportunity, and I think the same rules should apply to everybody. I'm not advocating that everybody get unlimited time. There have to be some rules. Let me propose some as an example. In general, everybody gets 5 minutes. Participants can request extra time up to 30 minutes. No organization gets more than 1 hour for all of its representatives. Any individual or organization requesting more than 5 minutes has to submit its entire presentation in writing in advance. If this all gets out of hand with more time for public comments than we can afford, the comments over 5 minutes can be cut by EPA with notice to the participants, but that has to be done equivalently across the board. And finally, individuals and organizations wishing to present must agree to submit to questioning by the SAC and by the EPA. So far as I know, that hasn't been a problem with the SAC in the past, but it has been in rulemakings by several regulatory agencies where a commenter has come in, delivered a comment, and then refused to answer questions. And let me stress, these are only an example. I don't propose to discuss them, and I'm really happy to leave this issue to EPA and to our chair. Thank you.
Real quick, before we get to Dr. McKenzie, I'm not sure the extent to which other participants or other commenters were afforded the opportunity for a longer time frame, but I know that at least some of them were afforded the opportunity for a longer comment period. But your point is well taken, Mr. Wright, and I have the same concern. As a matter of fact, the scheduling was done without my knowledge. I had very clearly asked that ACC go last so that we could spend time asking them questions and not inconvenience everyone else that may be in the queue. So your point is very well taken. Ms. McKenzie. Excuse me, Dr. McKenzie. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to, I completely concur with Mr. Wright's statement, and thank you for making it.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? If not, I would, Dr. Rubin, are you?
Dr. Rubin, just one brief comment. I also support Mr. Wright's statements. Thank you for making it.
Dr. Chason?
I do as well. Thank you.
Oh. Dr. Merced-Nieves?
Same here. I will say, while others were given the time, I don't think it was clear to us how far in advance they got told they could take more than 5 minutes. So again, I agree with Mr. Wright's comments that it should be fair. But again, even though they were given more time, I don't know how far in advance they were told this.
Your point's well taken. I'm not sure sure either. It was probably only days. Other comments? Dr. Hager-Bernays, I see your picture. Are you trying to make a comment?
No, I'm just in support of.
Oh, okay.
Same with me, in support.
Okay, I see. I understand now. All right. I'd like for the committee to stay on after we adjourn, but I think we are ready to adjourn. I'd like to just real quick circle back to EPA to double check on anything that we may have missed. Ms. Munir, I'll turn it over to you and any of your colleagues that have last things that we need to say.
I'll first turn it over to Dr. Healy. She may have something to say before I go ahead and close out today's meeting.
Thanks, Allie. Just to say thank you very much. These were very thoughtful conversations and we got a lot from it, and I think we can really strengthen the RE. So thank you to everyone for their time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Healy, and thank you, Dr. Cobb. I will go ahead and I guess we'll move towards closing out today's meeting. Thank you very much, Dr. Cobb. And before we close, I would also like to thank everyone who contributed to this meeting. I would like to thank you, Dr. Cobb, for leading such an important meeting and going through all the agenda items and helping to ensure that the FACA requirements were met. Thank you to the SAC committee members and ad hoc peer reviewers for their input and participation in the meeting. And many thanks to the OPS team listed here on the slide and the contractors in Dyna and Meeting Contact Incorporated for their assistance in the Zoom meeting for preparation and also the YouTube webcasting. Thanks are also due to the OPP team for presenting the draft documents and responding to the committee's questions. Thanks also for the public for presenting their oral comments at the beginning of the meeting. We ask the committee members to stay in the meeting and everyone else can leave the meeting. The Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals meeting on the 2024 on the draft risk evaluation for 1,3-butadiene is now adjourned. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Dr. Cobb for any final comments.
Thank you, Allie. And I'd like to just thank everyone for participating. I see Dr. Eastman has his hand raised. I don't know what that is.
I'm assuming we're going to talk about next steps, how we work together, and timeline, and all the rest of this.
Exactly. After we close the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd like to thank everyone for participating, the public for listening, for offering comments, EPA for doing a yeoman's job pulling this really important risk assessment together under challenging circumstances, and everyone on the committee, both permanent members and the ad hocs, very much appreciate this, and we stand adjourned.